I call to order the closed session of the Mayor and City Council at 4:04 p.m. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here, and thank you to those viewing remotely. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem? Here. Councilmember Reynoso?
Here.
Councilmember Calvin?
Present.
Councilmember Alexander will be appearing via Zoom in closed session, and Mayor Tran?
Here. Thank you. Moving on to public comments for closed session. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We have two public comments from Treasurer Ortiz and Sarah Robles. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So tonight in front of you, you have a packet of all public records speaking to what happened with Steve Kerrigan. Now, you put out a completely false report with fake dates and public comments against me, Ricky Van Johnson, and Councilwoman Calvin. But what the truth shows is that Steve Kerrigan was in trouble in Salinas, that Frank Rojas was the recruiter for Salinas, and that's why he knew to come and apply to the city of San Bernardino. That on September 26th, the city of Salinas appointed a new city manager in preparation of Kerrigan coming here October 4th. And then 2 days later, he pulls out of his own recruitment down here. They said, hey, we've already selected somebody. You were on the agenda the same night. And they move forward with dismissing him. One crucial thing that you forgot to tell the public was that Damon Alexander on August 23rd left his folder, his recruitment folder with every candidate at a public event that was returned to you, Mayor Tran, that Fred knew about because it was posted online that Fred was telling people to protect Teddy for Ben telling that he was the leak to the PD that you guys knew. And he found out from the city attorney, Sonia Carvalho. And yet here you all are, not wanting to tell the truth, but wanting to spin a narrative. Why? Why did you lie, Helen? Why haven't you disclosed this to the public? Fred, why did you wait? Ben, thank you for telling the truth. Because if it wasn't for you on Nextdoor validating what was put out, how else would we have known? And so you defame us to cover up for what? And then Helen again comes out and lies to the public August 28th and reads a whole BS statement. To what? Make Councilwoman Calvin look bad for the truth? Because you knew that Black had been sabotaged? Because you knew that Damon had left a folder? Why? Why lie? I don't understand. I get it. You don't like me? That's fine. You like Councilwoman Calvin? That's fine. But that's $2.2 million towards the city that, what are you going to do with that? And Susie Soren calls the guy and accepts liability for a job that he was informed on August 26th he was being replaced for. Then on October 4th, you were going to vote him into a position. Why? You're going to have to ask yourself that because you're going to have to come public with it. You can't hide the truth. It's in the public record. So just make sure your stories are all coming together because the truth is slowly leaking because you always tell on yourselves. And Ben is always good for coming out and making sure that he doesn't let anybody go down. He's not going to be the one that goes down, and he ain't going to cover for the city attorney. And she should have done the right thing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Sarah. Good afternoon. This is really troubling hearing what Treasurer has to say here. I have started following her, and I do my best to do my own research and that sort of thing. So it's coming from the most impartial point of view. But I have followed her. There's various methods to follow her: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Speaking of the executive items and pending litigations or exposure to pending litigation, my concern is that BBK is not fully taking or protecting the city of San Bernardino. They continue to expose us to liability. Treasurer just mentioned Susie's indication that we were at fault for Kerrigan's suit, pretty much. Moreover, the fact that you're releasing portions of documents on pending litigation and putting out press release reports on people who have been terminated. You recently put out a press release indicating there was a fired for cause employee, and it just doesn't strike me as something that somebody like a city should be doing, releasing those personal matters. I've emailed you, I've urged you guys to kind of help me out in this situation as the legislative body. I hear nothing from anybody. Sonia's copied on the same emails. Just last week, there was a State of the City address, and your public meeting is agendized for 5:45, and the entrance is at 5:50. So I'm not sure how you can explain that, Mayor Helen, because you are directly obstructing the public from attending those meetings. And I understand, I guess it was an inherited meeting. It wasn't orchestrated by you guys. It was, in fact, Montoya. But I know I spent a whole day back and forth making sure that these issues had been addressed for the state of the city. Rochelle gave me confirmation that people would be in attendance and would be able to make public comment with adequate time. That did not take place. In fact, only Treasurer made it to public comment. Meanwhile, Thomas Rice is telling her to just silencing her and shut the door. No one else could enter.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please
we
address.
will now convene. Thank you, ma'am.
BBK.
Thank you.
And
your time's up. Thank
please
you.
consider.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now convene to closed session at 4:11 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome, and thank you for being here, and thank you to those who are viewing remotely. I call to order this joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino, the San Bernardino City Housing Authority, and as the San Bernardino Joint Powers Finance Authority at 5:33 p.m. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem? Here. Councilmember Reynoso is not present at the moment. Councilmember Calvin?
Present.
Councilmember Alexander is not present at the moment. Mayor Tran?
Here. Thank you. Before we conduct city business, as a friendly reminder, as the elected leaders of the city, we will endeavor to be respectful to each other, our public, and especially our staff. Our behavior this evening sets the tone for how our residents, business community, and others view our city. We must conduct city business with professionalism and respectful behavior to build trust, credibility, and move our city forward. We shall commit to these values and foster a positive and productive working environment that's conducive to achieving our goals effectively and efficiently. We will now move on to invocation and the pledge. Chaplain Joseph Paul Lujan of Victory Outreach Church will lead tonight's invocation. Please approach the podium at this time. Please all rise.
Amen. If you'll bow your heads with me this evening in prayer. Father, we just come before you this evening, God, and we ask for your presence here today, God. We ask that you, Father, help us as a city, the mayor, city council, police officers, city employee, residents, the businesses that are here in our city, God. We pray that you would help us to work in unity with wisdom and peace, God. We need your presence here today, God, and we ask, Father, that you would come, God, and help us. Help us to grow this city and direct it in the path that you want. Lord, we thank you this evening, and in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, would you lead tonight's pledge, please?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Chaplain. Madam City Attorney, is there anything to report from closed session?
Yes, Mayor, council members, and members of the public, we did have closed session this evening. We do have 2 items of reportable action. And the first item under A1 in the Guerci case, the City Council by unanimous vote approved a settlement of $75,000. And in the second matter, which is A3, in the Isidoro case versus City of San Bernardino, the City Council by unanimous vote approved a $50,000 settlement. And that's the only reportable action that we have.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. We will now move to presentations. We have 2 for tonight. Council members, would you like to join me to the front? That's okay. The first one, we have a presentation of Tree City USA designation for the City of San Bernardino. We're going to present this to the Urban Forestry Service, Matt McDonald with Public Works, and Director Lynn Merrill, and Deputy Director Ernesto Salinas. Can you please just come to the stage? Hello. It's on. Okay. We're all here? Come on this side, to the right side. Hello, hello. Would you like to hold this one? Sure. Thank you. Just show it. Okay. Approximately 5 years ago, the city established an urban forestry section in the Public Works Department to maintain and care for its urban forests of more than 42,000 trees in our city. Within 3 years, this section became fully staffed and engaged in tree nurturing, trimming, planting, and care throughout the city. Claims from tree damage have dramatically dropped. Also, a tree and plant nursery was established in our city yard. Today, the urban forestry section duties go beyond just maintenance and includes education about the benefits of trees to elementary schools, colleges, and neighborhood associations. A few weeks ago, San Bernardino learned that the National Arbor Day Foundation has designated the city as a Tree City USA. This designation recognizes a city's commitment to maintaining and growing its urban forest, which helps provide shade, health, aesthetic, and cooling benefits. Only about 3,600 of 19,500 cities in the U.S. have achieved this designation. Congratulations to City Arborist Matt McDonald and the team at Public Works for their work obtaining this designation. So now, we'd like to present this plaque to Matt McDonald and the Urban Forestry Section, along with Public Works Director Lynn Merrill and Deputy Director Ernesto Salinas for earning this prestigious award for the City of San Bernardino.
Thank you.
Let's all take a group picture. Everyone huddle closely. I have one more presentation, council members. Please join me. The next presentation is a proclamation for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer Pride Month in the city of San Bernardino, June 2024. Presented to Oscar Lobos, project manager of the Family Assistance Program. Please come up on stage. Whereas the City of San Bernardino recognizes and proclaims the month of June 2024 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer Pride Month, or also known as LGBTQ. And whereas in honor of the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan and the subsequent first Pride March in New York City in June 1970, each June Americans come together to celebrate LGBTQ plus people. And whereas the city of San Bernardino has a diverse LGBTQ plus community and is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equity for all people in the community. And whereas LGBTQ plus people make vital contributions to and enhance the social and economic fabric of San Bernardino in the fields of education, law, health, business, science, research, economic development, architecture, fashion, sports, government, music, film, technology, literature, civil rights, politics, and more. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino recognizes June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the City of San Bernardino to inspire equity, create alliances, celebrate diversity, and establish safe environments in our schools and communities throughout the city. Presented on the 5th day of June 2024. Thank you for accepting this. Lily, let's take a quick picture. Oh, yeah. Not yet. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council, and thank you, everyone. Moving on to public hearing. We will start with number 3, public hearing on annexation number 43 to Community Facilities District 2019-1 in the 1st Ward. The public hearing to consider annexation 43 is now open at 5:43 p.m. Do any council members wish to hear the staff report? No? Seeing none? Is there?
No one's answering.
Okay. I guess we are good with staff report. We will now receive comments, protests, and questions from any persons in the audience who wish to speak on this matter.
I think
Oh.
you missed the Spanish.
Not yet. We're not there yet. Each person may address the City Council for a maximum of 3 minutes. Please submit your speaker slip to the City Clerk. Madam City Clerk, do we have any written protests?
Point of order. We do have the translator here. If you could translate before we start the public hearing, if you could make your introduction and make your services available to the public.
Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes. Servicio de interpretación en español está disponible para las personas que lo requieran. En la mesa al frente pueden pedir las tarjetas para hacer comentarios públicos. Esas tarjetas no pueden estar tardías. Si alguna persona necesita servicios de interpretación, por favor, vayan a la mesa de enfrente. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you.
We do not have any requests to speak for this item.
Okay, thank you, Madam City Clerk. Are there any registered to vote within annexation number 43 of Community Facilities District number 2019-1? If so, how many registered voters are there?
Mayor, just going back to, we have not received any written protests for this item, and then the County of San Bernardino Register of Voters has certified that there are no registered voters within annexation number 43 of Community Facilities District number 2019-1.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing closed at 5:45 PM. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-112 for annexation number 43?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-113, annexation number 43? Is there a motion?
Move approval.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Madam City Clerk?
I just need to make this statement. The official ballot has been open and all votes are in favor of the proposition presented on the ballot, and the election is now closed. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. I would now ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only ordinance number MC 1638. Is there a motion?
approval.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Madam City Clerk?
Okay, ordinance number MC 1638 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, amending ordinance number MC 1522 and levying special taxes to be collected during the fiscal year 2023-2024 to pay the annual costs of the maintenance and servicing of landscaping, lighting, water quality improvements, graffiti streets, street sweeping, parks and trail maintenance, a reserve fund for capital replacement, and administrative expenses with the respect to the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District, number 2019-1, maintenance services. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 4. Public hearing on annexation number 44 to Community Facilities District 2019-1 in the 3rd Ward. The public hearing is now, to consider annexation 44 is now open at 5:47 PM. Do any council members wish to hear the staff report? Seeing none. Do any members of the council have any questions for staff or wish to make any comments? Seeing none, we will now receive comments, protests, and questions from any persons in the audience who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the city council for a maximum of 3 minutes. Please submit your speaker slip to the city clerk.
We do not have any requests to speak, and I have not received any written protests.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, are there any persons registered to vote within annexation number 44 of Community Facilities District number 2019-1? If so, how many registered voters are there?
The County of San Bernardino Register of Voters has certified that there are no registered voters within annexation number 44 of Community Facilities District number 2019-1.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing closed at 5:48 PM. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-114 for annexation number 44? Is there a motion?
Yes. Second.
There's a motion and second. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Motion passes. Official ballot has been open and all votes are in favor of the proposition presented on the ballot, and the election is now closed.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-115 and annexation number 44? Is there a motion?
Move approval.
There's a
Second.
motion, and there's a second. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. I will now ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only ordinance number MC 1639. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second.
Okay. Ordinance number MC 1639 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, amending ordinance number MC 1522 and levying special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2023-2024 to pay the annual cost of the maintenance and servicing of landscaping, lighting, water quality improvements, graffiti, street sweeping, parks and trail maintenance, a reserve fund for capital replacement, and administrative expenses with respect to the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District 2019 Maintenance Services. Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to the next public hearing, number 5. Public hearing on annexation number 45 to Communities Facilities District 2019-1 in the 3rd Ward. The public hearing to consider annexation 45 is now open at 5:50 p.m. Do any council members wish to hear the staff report? Seeing none, do any members of the council have any questions for staff or wish to make any comments? Seeing none, we will now receive comments, protests, and questions from any persons in the audience who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the City Council for a maximum of 3 minutes. Please submit your speaker slip to the City Clerk. Madam City Clerk?
We do not have any requests to speak, and I have not received any written protests.
Thank you.
If I can make a quick comment, I'm receiving messages that when the city clerk is reading the title, they're having a little trouble. If you could just a little louder, just when we're reading out the title.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam City Clerk, are there any persons registered to vote within annexation number 45 of Community Facilities District number 2019-1? If so, how many registered voters are there?
The County of San Bernardino Registrar of Voters has certified that there are no registered voters within annexation number 45 of Community Facilities District number 2019-1.
Thank you. I now declare the public hearing closed at 5:51 p.m. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-116 for annexation number 45? Is there a
So moved.
motion? There's a
Second.
motion. There's a second. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. The official ballot has been open, and all votes are in favor of the proposition presented on the ballot, and the election is now closed.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-117, annexation number 45? Is there a motion?
Move approval.
There's a motion. Is there a
Second.
second? There's a second. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. I would now ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only ordinance number MC1640. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
I'll second.
There's a motion. There's a second. Madam City Clerk?
Okay, ordinance number MC 1640 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, amending ordinance number MC 1522 and levying special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2023-2024 to pay the annual costs of the maintenance and servicing of landscaping, lighting, water quality improvements, graffiti, street sweeping, parks and trail maintenance, a reserve fund for capital replacement, and administrative expenses with respect to the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District number 2019-1 maintenance services. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to the next public hearing, number 6, Development Code Amendment 23-01 is a short-term rental program. This impacts all wards. I'm opening the public hearing at 5:53 p.m. Could city staff provide a presentation on this item?
Yes, hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council. Joshua Dramatinos, Deputy Director of Economic Development. I have with me Stephanie Castro, Economic Development Project Manager. We'll both be presenting this item in tandem for your consideration this evening.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, staff brings back the proposed short-term rental program for your consideration. As you may recall, our previous interim Community Development and Housing Director, Mary Lanier, brought this before Council in February of this year. As a result of that meeting, some additional information and analysis was requested in regards to program enforcement and the housing market. As we walk through this program, staff would like to make Council aware that we are on a strict deadline to meet the Registrar of Voter deadlines if we are to take any changes to our transit occupancy tax ordinance to include short-term rentals. We encourage council, should you have any changes to the program, to be direct and concise with those changes, so staff can implement them for the second reading and continue to work towards getting this on the November ballot. So a little bit of background. This started by staff taking an item to Planning Commission in December of '22, recommending to council for support of developing regulations. Mayor and City Council heard an item on this in January of 2023, directing staff to work on these regulations. We conducted a workshop with Planning Commission in February of '23, took draft regulations to Planning Commission in November and December of '23, took our first iteration to Council in February, and we're here again tonight before you all. I'll go through what the program overview looks like. Our program tonight will encompass a whole home property vacation rental only. So we must be a primary resident property. You have to be a primary resident living in that home to qualify for the program. No commercial properties as part of this program are allowed. Cities with primary resident programs working just like we're proposing tonight include Los Angeles, Malibu, and San Francisco as our closest. There are also cities nationwide that function with a primary resident program only, just like we're proposing. In conversations we've had with experts on short-term rentals, the type of program that we are proposing is the easiest to enforce, does not deplete the housing stock, which is important for us to consider, and homes will remain eligible for the homestead exemption, so for homeowners to be able to take that reduction in their property taxes. Our registration permit for this, we're looking at an annual permit to be required. 1 license per property owner or primary residence will be issued. Properties can be owned by individuals and non-individuals. And what I mean by that is a lot of homeowners like to put their homes in a trust. So a trust, an LLC, as long as we can tie that individual property owner back to the documentation of the home, we'll accept it as part of the application. Fees for the application process will range between roughly $500 and $775. The fees are based on a cost recovery and may change during the process, but staff will bring back a resolution to Mayor and City Council to establish those fees. Program density for short-term rentals, we are looking at an 8 occupancy max, so 4 bedrooms, which would equate to 2 people per bedroom for any stay. Not to exceed 8 occupants per stay, and not to exceed 12 people per day at one time. Our stay length has no minimum number of days, but our maximum is a 29-day stay, and not to exceed 120 days in a calendar year. Our property types include single-family residences with a guest home or a condo. ADUs built after March of 2019 will not qualify to participate in the program due to state laws that include ADUs. So ADUs themselves, as of March 2019, are not allowed to operate as short-term rentals. Any guest homes or ADUs built prior to that can. So we'll need to verify permit history and compliance on that end in the application process.
It's also important to note that properties within a high fire zone do not qualify to participate in this program.
Yep. So we do include a high fire zone map. I was ready for you. This is available online to the public. It will be available on our website as part of the short-term rental information for the public to utilize. It's an active map. You can put in an address, you can put in an APN and search for your home. We would encourage residents to take a look at that map prior to applying. That way they know if they're in a high fire zone and would be potentially disqualified for the program. Inspections will be required as part of the short-term rental program. In-person property inspections will be conducted with every new application, and they'll be conducted upon renewal of an application. So as long as a permit is active, the property will be obtaining annual inspections to make sure that they are in compliance. With the transit occupancy tax, as mentioned previously, we are looking to take this to the voters in November, and we would like to make short-term rentals subject to transit occupancy tax and be able to collect that.
And just for your awareness, the deadline to have that completed is August 9th with the Register of Voters. Yes, ma'am, this year.
Another aspect of our program is noise. We understand that noise could be a potential problem, so we've tried to mitigate that within our program. We are defaulting to the municipal code and our noise control portion of that municipal code. It does recognize quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. The program will require an outdoor noise monitoring device. So if there is extra loud noise outside, it will automatically notify the property owner that there's excessive noise. The property owner will then have an opportunity to correct with the renter. They can be in direct communication with the renter to let them know, hey, there's some excessive noise, I got an alert, let's take care of that before it becomes a problem or before the neighbors start to complain. The device will be calibrated to be able to send notifications between 70 and 75 decibels. That's the equivalent to hearing a vacuum in the backyard. Once that alert goes off, property owner receives that, and they can then take care of it with the renter.
It's also important to note that those thresholds are applicable at all times, not just during quiet hours.
So in our first address of enforcement, I know Councilman Sanchez, you had some additional questions as far as enforcement in the program. Our first level of enforcement comes from staff and from the software platform that we'll be using for the short-term rental program. So the platform itself has a function for short-term rental property identification. It goes through and scrubs all the different short-term rental sites to look for properties within the city that are currently operating as short-term rentals. We identify those properties, we make contact with those properties to let them know, we've noticed that you've been operating as a short-term rental, we have new regulations in the city, here's some information on our program, here's how you can comply. Prior to accepting any applications, we'll make sure that this process is done. And if any properties continue to operate outside of the ordinance, then that's where our next phase of enforcement will come in. The platform will also offer a 24-hour concern or complaint line, and this is made available to the public. So the public will be able to call in and make any complaints or list any concerns that they have about a short-term rental in their neighborhood. But the platform supports the 24-hour complaint line. They monitor that line. They communicate directly with the property owner should they get any calls or complaints about noise or anything happening at the property. The property owner or agent for that property will have an hour. They will have 60 minutes to correct any complaint that comes through that 24-hour complaint line. And that call line can also route or direct calls to the police department should they get excessive calls for noise complaints. If there are excessive calls and they do go to the police department will then step in and follow their standard procedures in handling noise complaints. In our second level of enforcement, this is where we get into now our code enforcement. So code enforcement has the ability to issue notices of violations. As part of staff working on the enforcement, staff would like to incorporate the educational aspect and the business-friendly approach with the community. So we'd like to be able to get as much information out to the public on the program so that they know what the regulations are, they know how to comply with the program. Should they choose not to comply, from code enforcement, we can issue a notice of violation. And a notice of violation is a warning to correct. There are no fees associated with the notice of violation. It's really a way for us to communicate with the property owner that something is not right, they're in violation, here's how you can correct it and not do it again. But in instances of not responding to the noise monitoring device, not responding to platform notifications like from the 24-hour call line, exceeding the number of people allowed on site, or parking in excess of allowed spaces. So this program allows for you to park on site but does not allow for street parking. So if a neighbor notices that short-term rental renters are parking on the street, they're able to call that 24-hour complaint line and report that. The homeowner, the property owner, then gets a notice of violation for that. Other notice of violations can include properties operating out of compliance or without a permit. And then our third line of defense for enforcement. Again, it lies within code enforcement, and these are all procedures that we currently have in effect and use now with our code enforcement. But should the notices of violations not work, and should the property owner continue to be in violation, then code enforcement can then issue an administrative citation, which then incurs fees. If you receive your first admin cite, it's a $100 fine. A second is a $200 fine, and a third is a $500 fine. At that third admin citation, you are now no longer able to renew your permit, and your permit will be revoked. You will no longer be able to participate in the short-term rental program. And then again, with the police department, they have reviewed our program. They are in support of how the program has been written, and they will continue to follow the established call procedures for noise complaints and other reported criminal activity. Some additional items as part of the program. We will have a Good Neighbor brochure that is required to be provided to each renter and kept on site for reference. A copy of the permit with the number of guests allowed will be required to be posted at the home for reference. The property owner can choose between an in-person or a virtual check-in. There must be a 24-hour phone number listed to be able to contact the property owner or property agent. So whoever stays as part of that rental will have a number to be able to contact in case of emergencies. These properties cannot have a restricted affordable housing covenant attached to the property. If there is ever a change in the ownership, it requires a brand new application. There is no transfer of permit. The new owner will have to apply to be part of the program. And we're also asking for evidence of property insurance, similar to a commercial issuance or insurance policy with a $500,000 minimum limit per occurrence. And then our next portion speaks to the additional housing market analysis that Councilwoman Ibarra had asked for. In our San Bernardino short-term rental market currently, we have an estimated 270 short-term rentals in San Bernardino, and that consists of both properties and listings. The difference between that is that a property can have multiple listings. So we may only have, let's say, 100 properties as of right now, but each property could have multiple listings, which brings us up to the 270. During the months of January, March, August, and October, historically, there has been a spike of an estimated 20 to 40 additional short-term rentals. This would represent an 8 to 15% increase during those months. And those months directly correlate to the insomniac events we see at the National Orange Show. And this is just to give you an example of some of what the listings look like at different points in time. So in April, just a random weekend, no holidays, an entire home or a house, we had about 41 listings within the city, and those ranged between $120 to $975 a stay. We also took a look at what Memorial Day weekend would look like here in the city, and the listings went up about 7. We had 48 in the city, again, similarly ranging $90 to $975. Neither of these take into account what the numbers would look like during an insomniac event. Based on a national average, short-term rentals increase rents in a jurisdiction by $125 a month. This would include all property types and listings as previously stated. National Bureau of Economic Research, UCLA, and USC published a research paper concluding that a 10% increase in Airbnb listings leads to a 0.42% increase in rents and a 0.76 increase in house prices. Also, short-term rentals have had a conservative growth of about 17% annually since 2011. Short-term rentals will grow by an estimated 11 to 19% annually through 2032. So it's a minimal increase to rents and to home prices.
It's also important to note that as you look at these figures, the short-term rental figures are encompassing non-owner occupied properties across the nation as well, whereas we're limiting our program to primary residences.
Harvard Business Review in February of 2024 stated that short-term rentals are not the biggest contributor to rising rents, that in fact it's the lack of housing units, growing demand for housing, and the heightened construction costs. They also said that governments wishing to ensure short-term rentals won't reduce housing affordability can design regulations to do just that. And that is what we're doing tonight with the primary residency program. UCLA also indicated in their Anderson review in February of this year that hotels across categories and sizes benefited when laws restricted short-term rentals like what we're doing here. They actually saw a 3.5% increase in revenues. So in order for the program to work and for processing of this program, it takes two things: city staffing, which would include economic development, planning, building and safety, code enforcement, business registration, and the police department, all having a hand in the review of the applications. And then second is the software platform, which will help us electronically process the applications, conduct our short-term rental property identification, and offer continued monitoring for us throughout the program. So our next steps. Well, we've brought it to council. We're now bringing it to you for consideration. Concurrently moving forward, we would be working on being able to secure that platform and software and work to get the TOT ordinance modifications onto the ballot for November. So at this point, staff is recommending the first reading of Ordinance 1628, and then being able to schedule second adoption, or schedule the adoption of the ordinance for July 3rd. Staff is here for questions.
Thank you. That was very informative. Thank you so much. Do we have any requests to speak? Does anyone wish to speak on this item? Madam,
Mayor,
Councilmember-
do you want to hear public comment before council
Yes.
discussion?
Yes.
We have one public speaker, and that is Mike Hartley.
Mike Hartley, that was the biggest boondoggle I've ever heard. You just wasted 30 minutes of my life. You obviously do not live in San Bernardino. We don't have code enforcement. I have hundreds of CRMs that are already in with the city that haven't even been taken, haven't even been looked at. And now you're talking about getting in short-term rentals? What about the other goddamn rentals that are out there ruining San Bernardino with all their parties? You don't have code enforcement, and then you're going to have the police department? That goes in priority. So if we have a few murders, a few muggings, they're sure as hell not going to go to a short-term rental when there's a rave going on, okay, because that's when these people would come. And I would imagine the only reason why you want them is because we don't have any hotels here in San Bernardino and everybody's going to Redlands. San Bernardino looks bad enough. Fix the rentals that we have right now. Fix code. And even you, Fred, you said we only had 12 code because we couldn't hire any anymore because there was no quality out there. That's a crock of crap. I'm telling you right now, get code straightened out.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
That is only speaker. have you for 7? 6. It's for 6? Okay.
Please state your name.
Dr. Treasurer Ortiz, so totally with Mr. Hartley on this and very enthusiastic. While I am always a proponent of taking things to the voters, this is not well thought out. We don't have the code enforcement available. I got a notice a couple months ago telling me that I was going to have a lien put against my home because it was a rental. I bought my home 3 years ago, and it was a rental then. You don't have anybody updating anything in business registration, and you don't have anybody that can come out and do any type of violations. And I would really like to hear from the chief of police as to the elevated burden you are going to put on top of him when things get out of control for noise compliances, because we're in a day and age when they're literally fighting crime. We have some of the best crime statistics that we've had, and now you want to make them code enforcement in essence because you only have 12 people. You can't even get the funds needed from cannabis enforcement, let alone this additional. If you want TOT tax, build some hotels. We know that Airbnbs are unregulated, that people who buy homes in normal single-family neighborhoods don't want strangers coming in and out. And you know someone who owns a home is not just going to open up to strangers. These are going to be people who own second homes that you don't know about. They're going to create a financial opportunity. And I understand that, but this is exactly what happened to Big Bear during the pandemic, and they're dying up there now, that people came in and bought. We need to make sure that we're doing the best for the people that live here with their friends and families. You can't regulate parking. What permit parking do you have now? My neighbor's got 9 cars and they actually live there. Think about, you're telling me that you're only going to regulate people to park in a driveway? How would you do that? How would you know? Are they going to register their cars with you? And a landlord, someone that's out of town or overseas for the vacation stay while someone's renting their home, you really think they care about $100 citation up to $500 when they're making $975? I just ask that you guys really take your time with this. Don't rush this. I don't think it's a good idea for San Bernardino. Other cities that have the type of finances that can, cool for them, but this is the least of the amount of priorities that we have when you have streets to be paved and parks to redo and crime to make sure you're fighting and, corruption in City Hall that you all commit all the time that costs us lots of lawsuits. So please, just hold off on this, you guys, and, ask the chief, please ask the chief, really, what is the burden on PD versus what is the burden on a non-existing code enforcement? Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. I'm now closing the public hearing at 6:17 p.m. For deliberation and action. I have Councilmember Alexander, followed by Councilmember Ibarra, then Sanchez.
Thank you, Stephanie, for that fine report. I appreciate you. I just have one recommendation or request is the administrative civil penalties. The first one is $100, second one is $200, third one is $500. I don't think that's a big enough deter of a penalty, so I would recommend, if my council mates don't object, is the first one $500, second one $750, and the third one $1,000. That's my only recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ibarra, followed by Councilmember Sanchez, then Calvin.
Thank you, Stephanie, for the report. I found something very contradicting on the report. On your page 16 of your report, for example, it says, and I'll go by word, based on a national average, short-term rentals increase rent in a jurisdiction by $125 per month. And then on page 17, short-term rentals are not the biggest contributor to rising rents. When there's a report that they're increasing their rent every month, to then being told that they're not contributing to rising rents, I think that's a huge fallacy, or to be telling us that this is not going to affect the renters in our city. It's also going to increase their rent. It's not just going to affect the short-term rentals, but just any rental in our city. And I know at the last meeting, I suggested that we do this across the board. The other concern is the insomniac events. I know our police department is overwhelmed with phone calls because of the noise level from those events. Are we even going to have enough staff available to go to these rentals and address their noises when they're out there too? I honestly think we need more planning before we enforce something of this nature in our city. Enforcement has always been an issue in our city, and I, you know, I do hear what Mr. Hartley says, because we are still working on catching up on current cases in our city.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yeah, first of all, Councilmember Ibarra cited that somewhere in the staff report, rents do go up and another that they don't. If you guys can address that before we move on. Is that a typo? Is that true? Let's get that cleared up.
No, that's an independent analysis. I believe what you're referring to is the analysis from the Harvard Business Journal.
Which one is?
The rent increase. Am I correct?
So wait, because it seems like in the staff report, both there's this will not increase rents, and then I guess you guys are citing a study that says it will increase rents by $125 a month?
No, on page 16, the additional analysis says based on a national average, and again, that average is encompassing non-owner occupied properties as well, short-term rentals increase rent in a jurisdiction by $125 per month. So that was a statistic pulled from, actually it was UCLA's study.
Okay. So I'm actually conflicted on this, and I'm sometimes a council member who hasn't made the decision until I've heard the public, and I've had the opportunity to hear my colleagues speak on this. My initial impression is that if we are to ban the short-term rentals, there would still need to be enforcement on that ban.
Correct.
If we genuinely want to ban short-term rentals in the city, we will need software that will scrub the internet for any listings of a short-term rental in the city of San Bernardino. That is still a cost we would have to bear, as well as there would need to be staffing time to make sure that when there's a reoccurring violation that looks to be a purported short-term rental, that we can open up a case, investigate, and then find out whether that's the case or not. So the idea that we will burden staff more than they are already burdened with cases, I'm not sure is exactly the case. But what has resonated with me is that we might be investment properties in this city have genuinely, in many ways, have plagued the city. A lot of housing is taken off the market and is used not for housing. Sorry, it is used for housing, but it's used as an investment property instead of as a single-family home. The fact that rents might go up by $125 in a city where there's already a lot of investment properties, many people rent. Many of the properties in this city are owned by outside absentee landlords, is a concern. The very nature of a short-term rental is you will get a rowdy bunch. Now, tell me, how much are we looking to expect if we are to propose a tax measure that would go on the ballot in November? We would start accruing tax revenue in January. What sort of offset to our costs would we get? Because the argument's going to be, if you ban them, you don't make any money off of them, but you will still need to. If you're seriously talking about banning them, you have to buy the software, and you have to bring in additional staff to police this and make sure that there aren't short-term rentals flying under the radar.
You're correct.
So what are we looking at is the cost for regulation and the cost offset with the TOT tax. And what will our cost be? How will our cost be reduced if we instead go from regulation to banning these short-term rentals?
Well, our initial projections and estimates on the platform for the short-term rental databases and scrubbing the properties, I think our projections were anywhere from $25,000 to $50,000 per year. So if you account that for the additional resources needed for staff to man that, one or two positions, you could be upwards of $100,000 per year very easily. With regards to the TOT, the initial projections that we forecasted on the TOT, should it go into effect for this year, were roughly $324,000.
And that's at what rate? Because we've talked about raising the TOT on the hotels. I mean, how about we just go with a higher rate on short-term rentals. So what's the rate right now that you're proposing if we were to move forward with this?
It's in line with our current rate that we have in our ordinance.
Is it 12%? What is it?
I think it's 10, but maybe Genoveva can,
I don't know why our city clerk would know.
I believe it's 10%, and
Okay.
that's what the calculation was based off of. Sorry, not Genoveva, sorry. I didn't mean to call you out.
Chief
Talisha.
Deputy City Clerk Talisha just confirmed it's 10%.
10%.
Oh, okay, there
Yeah.
you go. You know, they continue to surprise us. Good. Thanks, Talisha. So 10%, we might want to go with something more aggressive, a 14%, which would increase it by, I don't know, it could give us up to $500,000 of revenue that we can dedicate exclusively to enforcement. Whereas if we decide to ban, there is no TOT tax revenue, but we still need to set money aside for enforcement if we genuinely want to ban them. Otherwise, we can say, we banned them, and then look the other way when they open up 500 short-term rentals in the city next year. I don't know. So I'm not sure. I'm still genuinely torn as to which direction to go in. One offers us the revenue we need for regulation, but allows those short-term rentals, which a neighbor might be terrified that a short-term rental is moving in next door. But a ban will strain our already thin resources. So I would like to hear from my colleagues, and then, we'll decide.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Calvin, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Charette.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, you basically hear that we all are going down the line of how are we going to monitor, one, right? What is the actual cost going to be to the city, and are we prepared for that cost? So when we're talking about inspections, we would then have to hire the platform you keep speaking to, but that's actually a company. It's a platform that we're going to use, and then there's a company that's going to be the regulatory company?
So there is a company that will host the platform. So
Okay.
it's not software that we purchase that we have to update every year. It's a company that offers that software platform to
Okay.
help us monitor the program.
Okay, so the company's going to be doing the monitoring for us and communicating then with PD, correct?
The complaint line, the 24-hour complaint line, has the ability to direct and communicate with PD should they get excessive calls for noise complaints.
So has the ability but not will?
Well, we've asked them if this is something that will and can be done, and the answer was yes.
Okay, and so then with that being said, how much of our force will be needed to help to assist with this? Because as you know, they are tasked with many calls. So have you thought that through? Have we had discussions? Is that information coming forward to us to be able to help us to make a decision about how tasking it will be to our San Bernardino Police Department?
Chief of Goodman has reviewed the program and supports it, so nothing is different than what we're currently doing, aside from we're attempting to regulate a controlled population of short-term rentals. So I think at this point, whether we have a couple of decisions, whether we decide to implement this program, whether we decide to ban, or whether we decide to leave it as is kind of where we're at. But the rentals are going, if we move in the direction of banning short-term rentals, we're going to have the enforcement, and that's going to create a whole nother set of problems. If we decide to do nothing, then I don't really think doing nothing is the solution. But as far as the impact on the police department has reviewed the proposal, and they support this.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for that one. So, but how much of any other staff support is going to be needed? So code enforcement, how many officers do we currently have in code enforcement?
I believe our staff count is at or near 20.
How many more will be needed in order to support?
So in my conversations with the code enforcement division manager, it was determined that we wouldn't necessarily need additional staff.
Please continue.
We had numerous conversations on the program, what it would look like to enforce. Because we are bringing on this software platform, that one is our first line of defense with short-term rentals. It carries the majority of the burden for us. So we don't lean on code enforcement until there are much bigger problems than what staff and the platform can handle. So.
Thank you, Stephanie. But so based on the penalties, as Councilmember Alexander has already referred to, this would be nothing, right? That $100, that first penalty, but that's what the penalty for a code violation is when code goes out, it's $100. And when we see that in the development community as well, when folks are doing things that they shouldn't be doing, that $100 is nothing when that project, or when that, we're making $1 million on the project. What's $100 slap on the hand? So we definitely then have to take a look at that. But have you reached out to any of the other cities that you have listed here that are operating to see what type of added stress on their staff that it may have caused?
I have talked to numerous cities, not only the ones on the list, but surrounding cities, ones that are close to us. Across the board, they've seen ups and downs in their programs. They haven't necessarily added additional code enforcement to manage the program because they're using a platform similar to what we're looking at using. But across the board, it's a little bit different on how they're doing their notices of violations or how they're doing their admin sites. But consistently, cities are using these tools the way that we're proposing to use them. Fines in different cities are different. We're using the ones that we're currently already using with code enforcement, what's already in our municipal code to utilize. Our administrative citations can reach up to $1,000 a day. So it's not necessarily that we can't start with that, but staff really wanted to promote the program in an educational way and work with the property owners or their agents to educate them on the program and be more friendly within our community versus straight out the gate issuing admin citations for noncompliance.
But we still have to think about our community members, right, who live next door to these dwelling, these units. So we have to think about them as well. So we'll need to find somewhere in the middle of where that would still be something that a homeowner would not want to have that citation, because otherwise then this $100 is like nothing.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Charette?
Well, I've been following this since I think our first meeting on this was December 13th of 2022, short-term vacation rentals. And when we first started looking at this, we had nothing, and so we needed quickly to get something put together, and it's taken us this long for various reasons. I've been keeping track. I've got article after article after article. I'd like to ask our city attorney if, because I think you have a relationship with Santa Ana, don't you? And they banned them, is that right? How's that worked out for them?
I couldn't tell you firsthand like how many they have, but I do know that one of the reasons they decided to ban them was they felt that enforcement would be easier with a complete ban. I was present for that conversation, and it's just their reasoning. Every city has different reasoning, but their reasoning is if they did a complete ban, then anyone that popped up was going to be subject to enforcement. So it was easier for them to do that, yes.
And that makes perfect sense, thank you. And again, the parking, there's been a number of comments made. You can have up to 12 people there, and so that could be 2 people per, that could be 6 cars. Most homes are going to be able to park 2 or 3 in a driveway or off-site, off the street. So that means there's more cars on the street. I'm interested, sometimes we say the PD, and I'd like to hear from the chief, frankly, but sometimes we say the chief supports this. The chief supports this, and I would venture to guess, and he's here to talk about it, or can talk about it, I would venture to guess that he said, well, really don't like it, but if you're going to do it, this is probably as good as it gets. Is that kind of, Chief, could you comment on that? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we've got a code enforcement problem. We've heard it. And we've got, and if you don't want to comment, you don't have to. That's my belief, is that, okay, we don't really like this, but I guess if we have to do it, this is as good as it gets.
Mayor Pro Tem Charette, point of order. I don't know. I mean, just like the rest of the staff, they're supposed to be good soldiers. There was council direction to bring back this. I would prefer that our police chief stay apolitical.
Okay, that's
He's
fine.
a very good soldier.
That's
He's
fine.
going to do as ordered.
That's fine.
We don't need to make this.
Accepted.
Yeah.
Accepted. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I don't want to put any staff in that predicament where they might have to go against some of their own colleagues.
That's fine, but
and council
I like
direction.
the idea
I would
of-
prefer that.
Thank you very much. We have 225,000 people in this city. I don't know how many households, and we have roughly, you said it could be 270, but that's because they're double listed, so maybe let's say there's 200. 200 out of 10,000 households? What obligation do we have to them? And I have always been considered the business-friendly guy, business-friendly council member. This is a business. Like it or not, it is a business. And I like to support business, but I wouldn't put a liquor store next to a church, and that's a good business. I wouldn't put, but you have to take into consideration where these are going to go and what they're doing to the neighborhood. And these ADUs, which have been, I believe, problematic, I know of a couple of projects that they're perfect because they were designed around that. But right now, you could put an ADU on almost any property if there's enough room. And all of a sudden, you've got another 2 families living there with 4 more cars on the street. It has not been thought out, and it's because we have a housing problem in the state of California. And so I am inclined to, and I hate to put staff through all this work and go through all this and then say, well, thanks, but no thanks, we're going to ban the thing. I hate doing that, but I'm inclined to ban them entirely. And it's not fair that I happen to live in a high fire area, so I'm not going to be impacted by them. But what about people that live on Valencia, one of the nicest streets in town, that are currently being impacted by them? Because I hear from them on a regular basis, frankly. And I think it's not a really good business to have in our community. And I think based on what Santa Ana did, that they figured if we ban them all together, now we're going to rely on, I guess, neighbors and people turning them in, and we're going to have to send code or PD or somebody out to shut them down. But I think we've got more of a chance of controlling them that way than we do following all these the regulations are strict. I agree. They're very strict in it. I wouldn't want to get involved in it. If I had an extra residence or had the wherewithal to get into the short-term rental business. And Santa Ana, of course, they're closer to the beach. They're more of a destination location, I would think, Santa Ana being closer to Disneyland and some of those other, amusement parks near the coast. And they've chosen that they didn't need it in their community. So I would like certainly for it to come back, but I would make a motion that we ban them entirely in this city.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Ibarra?
Fred, I am a product of Santa Ana. I've seen Santa Ana go through good, bad, and ugly throughout the years before I came to San Bernardino. I don't want to see what's happened in Santa Ana happen in San Bernardino. I was very vocal during the parcel tax, the annexation, for that same reason, and we've seen it happen, that the rents have increased drastically in our city after that passing of the parcel tax. In Santa Ana, if anybody knows Santa Ana, there's hardly any parking in those streets. A lot of my high school friends, they live with their parents still. They have built on top of their homes, behind their homes, because they can't afford anywhere to live. The houses in Santa Ana are $500,000 for a tiny little property. That's where we're heading. Short-term rentals, bottom line, they are a business. Treat them as a business. Have them get a business license and their permits, accordingly. We don't have to put more strain on our staffing that we have. I know this is going to be a strain for them because, as I mentioned, we can't even go after the illegal cannabis operators in our city. We shut them down, and the next day they start a new LLC, and we have to wait 100 days of just nothing but citations on them. And what happens? They're still operating. We're still not collecting revenue from them as we were promised we would once we approve them. So, I mean, for me, like I mentioned at the previous meeting, treat them as a business, just like any other business, because at the end of the day, that's all they are. They are businesses conducting business in our city for their own pockets.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Sanchez?
I'll second the motion.
Yes, I think it's pretty clear we need to ban them, but it's not just about banning them. I would add to, who made the motion?
There's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second.
Yes. No, if you would be amenable to a friendly amendment to direct staff as well, before the end of the calendar year, have a plan of attack for how we enforce a ban or moratorium, whatever you want to call them, ban or moratorium. No, a ban on short-term rentals, because it doesn't do us any good for this council to say we will ban them and then not have some sort of regulating apparatus in place, because what happens is they'll be even worse off than if we were to allow them and regulate them. So to include a cost for the software, if there needs to be a municipal code amendment, special fines for short-term rentals or people who are trying to create a short-term rental in the jurisdiction where they're not allowed. Would you be amenable to those amendments, Mayor Pro Tem Charette?
I believe so. I think if we're... Thank you. If we're truly banning them, I'd like to do it sooner rather than later, and I don't know if we have to wait 6 months to the end of the calendar year. We've already
No, we can ban them now, but staff needs to come back with a way.
We already know where 100 or 270 of them are, and those notices should go out immediately and say that you've got 30 days to cease and desist, or whatever the term is. And I would want to do that as soon as possible. And
so there's two parts to this, right? The first part would be bringing before this council a change to the municipal code, banning the short-term rentals. But then, in conjunction or soon after that, if you can bring back a plan of attack on how you will regulate this ban, because it doesn't do us any good. It doesn't do us any good to ban it on the books and then not have any way we can enforce that ban. So there's two parts to this. The initial directing staff to come back with an ordinance banning short-term rentals. Second part is directing staff to come back with an enforcement mechanism on this ban.
I don't have a problem with that, but I want to make it clear that we have a fiduciary responsibility to the general population. And so it's just not fair to them that their neighborhoods are being disrupted by this. And I think there should be some pretty stiff fines if they're not. In other words, we recognize one, we tell them that they've got 30 days to vacate, stop doing it, do whatever, put the house up for sale, move in, whatever, put long-term rentals or whatever. And if they don't comply with that, then they should be hit very hard, because this is an expensive business we're in, representing 230,000 people. And we can't continue to say we can't do something because we can't afford to enforce it. We've got to figure out a way to enforce rules. And the longer we allow people to say, well, we don't have staff, or, well, we just don't have the right, we can't, then we're not going to, passing laws don't mean anything if we don't enforce them. So we've got to figure out a way and think outside of the box, and if we have to give something else up to make the quality of life better, then I'm all for that. So
you're a yes to the amendments.
I think I'm okay with that at this point.
Thank you. There's Madam City Clerk, could you repeat the motion?
Sure. The motion was to bring back a change to the municipal code banning short-term rentals before the end of the year, direct staff to have a plan with an enforcement mechanism for the ban.
Yeah, the ordinance as soon as possible, and then the plan of attack or regulating mechanism to enforce the ban. Well, I would prefer as soon as possible, but definitely before the end of the calendar year, right?
Yeah, and can we reach out to the ones we know currently? I mean, do we have to go through some process to tell them the council is working on this and you will be out of compliance, you will not be allowed to operate after July 30th or January 1st or whatever? How do we deal with that? I mean, can we start sending out notices immediately to the ones that we know about?
We can until we have an ordinance in place.
We don't have an ordinance.
Madam City Manager, can you speak?
Yes, we can issue that immediately once the ordinance is in effect.
The ordinance be in effect fairly soon.
And we have a 30-day?
Yes.
We have a 30?
The ordinance takes effect 30 days after the second reading. But I've seen some communities that adopt regulatory ordinances. They will start to do some promotion of them to say, we adopted the second reading of this ordinance, in 30 days it's going to become effective, and we're just putting you on notice that you need to know that this law is coming your way.
Okay, well, as long as we're doing that and the process is moving along, I don't expect them all to be closed down tomorrow.
Yes, and the second reading we do not have a June 19th meeting, so it'll be at the following meeting for the second reading and then 30 days from that time.
Thank you. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Can you come back to me?
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Calvin?
Abstain.
Councilmember Alexander?
Nay.
Councilmember Ibarra?
I'm going to say no.
Okay, the motion does not pass.
What's the vote?
Can you,
It's 3 to 2 noes and an abstention?
Yes. Yes, that is correct.
So it's a 3-3? What's the abstention?
No vote.
Can we get information on the reason for the abstention? Who abstained? Do you have a legal reason for abstaining?
A legal one. I don't know, no, I don't have a
Okay,
legal
just like
one.
a conflict of interest
Just,
or?
no, just based on the information, that I just don't feel like I have enough of it to be able to make the decision.
Okay. We've not had the situation. I can look at your rules. There is cases and law out there that talk about an abstention and how you count an abstention. If an abstention is not made for a legal reason, it's usually not able to be used to defeat, in order to defeat a motion, as I recall. But I'm going to have to take a quick look at that.
Should we call for a recess real quick?
No, if you want to go on to your next item, I can, if that would be more efficient for you, you can do that, and I'll take a quick look.
We'll just come back to that item
Okay,
then.
unless the councilwoman would like to absolutely vote. If your vote ends up going in the affirmative, which is, I believe, what may happen, as I recall, if it did that, would you then want to vote no? That's why I'm trying to ask. So you might want to think about that. Let me take a quick look, okay?
so do you need a formal council action to move this maybe to the end of the agenda?
If you'd
No,
like to
we
just
can come
postpone
back to it.
We can
So
just
we'll
come back
go-
to it?
Yes, we'll just come back,
Okay.
once the
Just leave it open.
city
Okay.
attorney reviews the information and get back to us,
You've closed
right?
the public hearing, I
Yes,
assume? Yes,
so-
okay.
Okay.
Please leave the matter open, and
Right.
I'll take a quick
We'll
look.
circle back to this item.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to reorder the agenda. We will be hearing item number 30 before the proposed fiscal year budget. We received communication from the city manager's office that items number 30 and 31 would be combined with item number 7, the public hearing item of the operating budget and CIP budget. Could we begin with the staff's report for item number 30?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Item number 30 is the commercial cannabis regulatory program. We are going to give you an update. And we decided to bring this forward because we had received quite a few inquiries about where the program is. So to my right is Ms. Stephanie Castro, who has painstakingly prepared a PowerPoint presentation and would go through that presentation, and then we can jointly answer any questions you may have after the presentation. Thank you very much.
Good evening again, Council. Tonight, staff brings forward a update on the commercial cannabis regulatory program. I'd like to start off with giving you a current status of all of our operators. We currently have 16 commercial cannabis businesses operating within the city. We have 8 standalone retail operators, 6 micro businesses that contain a retail component, and 2 cultivation sites. Within our program in recent times, we have had 1 revocation for Empire Connect, which happened in January of this year. We also have recently had 2 forfeitures for lack of performance. And we have 1 pending surrender or natural expiration for one of our operators. This is a map showing the different locations of our cannabis operators. This map is available online on our website. That way it can show residents, anybody who's interested, as to which ones are approved, which ones have permits, are in good standing, and where they're located. As we get into the revenues for cannabis, these revenues are inclusive of our application fees, of our live scans and backgrounds, along with our annual regulatory fees. So you'll notice a natural incline starting from fiscal year 1920 when we first started to collect fees into our current fiscal year 23-24. Since fiscal year 1920, we have been able to collect over $725,000 in revenues. For fiscal year 23-24, we came in slightly under our anticipated $255,000 due to unforeseen closures. In fiscal year 24-25 and headed into fiscal year 25-26, you'll see that the fee collections will stabilize as we'll have an additional operator open, and the fee collections should be standard for the annual regulatory fee. We may see some variations depending on different applications that come in for either a change of ownership or change of location. Or we may have businesses that are coming in to get additional life scans and backgrounds for new managers or partners that they bring onto the business. As we head into our cannabis tax revenues, for fiscal year 19-20, there were no fees collected because we didn't have an operator open enough for us to collect those fees. So tax collections started in fiscal year 2021 with $1.2 million. In fiscal year 21-22, we saw an influx of cannabis tax, and that is due to bringing in Captain Jack's into compliance within our system. So that was an additional $2.1 million on top of the $2.5 million tax collection we had received that year. Without that influx of $2.1 million, we would have seen a gradual increase in cannabis taxes with our operators slowly opening throughout the years. In fiscal year 22-23, we did have our standard collection, but this was the start of non-reporting and non-remittance of taxes from Empire Connect. And in our current fiscal year 23-24, we currently, as of June 3rd, so as of Monday, $2.6 million collected. And for this fiscal year, we had an anticipated $2.8 million. So we're just under what we had anticipated for the year. In fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26, We have up to a projected $3.7 million in cannabis taxes. And those numbers are collected in collaboration with HDL through our finance department. So those projections are provided to us through HDL. Some more information on our cannabis taxes, and I'm happy to report to council. Back in August of 2018, when our first discussions on cannabis tax had started, we had projections based on the number of applicants we were issuing permits to, which at that time were 17 total. Our projections were anywhere between $810,000 to nearly $2.5 million. And I'm happy to say that the city is on track and exceeding those projections from back in 2018 with the same number of operators that we had anticipated having permits and operating back in 2018. For our crime stats on cannabis, we have 219 reporting districts within the city limits. We have 15 permitted locations. We have 130 total calls for service, and those include false alarms, collision reports, vandalism, and other related calls. So not necessarily for the business, but they were tagged as being at the location or near to the location. Of those 130 calls for service, 20 reports were taken, and only 2 incidences of theft at a licensed dispensary are reported. As far as our task force is concerned, we had 48 illicit and illegal closures. We have had 48 closures, and those include marijuana dispensaries, sessions or indoor events, and indoor grows. The work that the task force has done is in collaboration with the San Bernardino Police Department and other state agencies, including the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, or CDTFA. Currently, we have 9 open and ongoing investigations. For our overall process, the last big update that we've done was our development code amendment in October of '22, and that was in order for us to be in line with our general plan and the uses of our cannabis operators. We are currently going through financial and compliance audits for our operators, and those are due to be completed in October of this year. Right now, staff is really focused on the program maintenance and operator success. So focusing on our operators, making sure they have the resources that they need and that they stay compliant, strengthening the partnerships with those operators. That way we can monitor a little bit more closely on their tax remittance and be able to provide the support needed to remain compliant. So at this time, this is a receive and file update, but staff is available for questions.
Thank you. I do have Councilmember Figueroa who would like to speak.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Stephanie. It looks like you're going to be busy tonight with a lot of agenda items, so thank you for all the work that you've done. As to the ones that have closed down or have forfeited or whatever the reason is, was there a stated reason as to why they closed? Was it their business strategy? Is it something that was city related? Is it because of the illegal shops? Do we find out or investigate as to why they've closed?
So for these 2 particular forfeitures, so one forfeiture was actually connected to the same operator and owner as Empire Connect. So we forfeited that license as part of our recommendation on the revocation was you are no longer able to do business in the city. And our second forfeiture for the operator 14-4, they failed to perform. So they were not able to become open and operational. They were not able to finish their tenant improvements for their building. They were not able to move forward. There was lack of communication from them to city staff to remain compliant. So with that and not being able to meet that 12-month performance, we opted to forfeit their license.
Okay. And you said that there are 9 that are under investigation or review, not that there's just 9 total that we've counted for that are out there, because I can certainly count more than 9
Right, so,
that are.
so right now from code enforcement, the report that I was able to get is that they have 9 open investigations for illegal and illicit locations.
Okay. How have we, since we've started enforcing, have we come up with more efficient ways to shut down some of the illegal shops? I'm certain we're constantly always improving the mechanism by which we efficiently close them down, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about what exactly it is that we're doing to get them shut down much more efficiently, much more quicker as well.
Sure. As I don't know the exact details of what that procedure looks like, I do know that code enforcement works very closely with the police department, and them in conjunction work very closely with state and federal agents and agencies to be able to work on this task force and close down, conduct their investigations, and work through those illicit locations. Over the years, they have been able to become more efficient in their procedures on how they do that. They have a good rhythm in those investigations and closures. I unfortunately wouldn't be able to speak in detail to those procedures, but in my conversations with the Code Enforcement Division Manager, they have been able to be very successful in working with those teams.
Okay. In regards to the revenue, the revenue that is being reported here, is that just the cannabis tax? Is it 4% on the cannabis tax, or does that also include the sales tax? So it's the 4% plus other taxes, or?
No, so the tax revenues here are simply just the cannabis tax that's collected.
Okay, so it's just simply the cannabis tax, not including the sales tax and all the other?
Just cannabis tax.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we've identified here that there are, is it 14 retail, mixed between retail and micro with retail. Is that accurate? Is it 14, or am I?
14 if you combine the standalone retail and the micro business with retail.
Okay. And I apologize, this window, I mean, they could make this window much smaller. It's so hard to read this on it. We can't even see a full slide. It won't, but anyways.
Is that?
Oh, wow, that actually does work. Well, it doesn't, yeah, because you still can't see the whole, it's still half a page, but anyways. So, thank you. There were originally, was it 17 licenses approved under the ordinance, right? And I believe out of the ones that are listed here, I believe 2 of them were grandfathered in that weren't originally part of that 17, which were Captain Jack's and Shatter?
Mm-hmm.
Do they then count toward that 17 total license, or are we just keeping them separate from that total amount?
So the original ordinance allowed us to award 17 total across all license types. Council made an adjustment to the ordinance and allowed 17 retail and all other license types unlimited. So in an effort to fill the remaining vacancies for the 17 retail, we, as part of litigation closure as well, offered retail licenses to Captain Jack's and Shatter, and they paid back owed taxes, became compliant with the program, and are now operating under our standard cannabis ordinance.
So then, what does that mean as far as how many licenses are actually open and available then? Was the responses that they do count or they don't count toward the 17?
They do.
They do.
Yeah.
So then we only then have 3 remaining if we remove the ones that are being forfeited or revoked or whatever it is, whatever their reason is. Does that mean that there are then 3 open licenses out there?
Technically, with the revocation, the 2 forfeitures, and the upcoming surrender, we would have 4, because total with the ones that we did have were 21, minus those 4, and we've got our 16.
And so do we have something in place as far as the metrics in place for those remaining 4 so that staff can handle those? Or do you still need council direction as far as how we go about opening up this whole process? Again, certainly don't want to see the council have to go through that whole process again. It was an absolute mess. I'm certainly open to looking at operators who have been successfully operating in the city, no issues, no problems, for the last 2 years, who have demonstrated that they have been successful. I'm open to that conversation as well. Whatever your recommendation is, I'm open to hearing that. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to have this conversation, but I don't think that we're completely done with this. I'm sure this is going to come back at some point, at some future point, and so I would really love to hear how we're going to move forward in filling those remaining licenses as well.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Council Member Figueroa, the purpose of this presentation is just bring you up to date as to where we are. If there needs to be any changes, I think it's something we can always bring back to you for additional deliberation. But this is just basically, we're throwing the numbers out there because there's an expectation that cannabis should be doing better than what it currently does. And I think what these numbers do show is that what cannabis is actually doing now is within the expectation level when the program was originally implemented.
And that was all, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Alexander, followed by Councilmember Calvin.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie, for that report. Appreciate it. Just switching back, I know this is a receiving file, but as far as the illegal cannabis properties in the city and the task force that you said, this was one of our first, this council's one of our first actions was to give that task force $1 million, hire a code enforcement officer to do just that. Do you remember that?
I do, and I believe the allocation was $333,000.
It was $1 million. And what's the status of that task force?
So we do have a code enforcement officer who is dedicated to cannabis, works very closely with our division manager and within the task force. Was actually present at our revocation, but works very hard with PD and state and federal agents for those investigations. So we do have a code enforcement officer dedicated to cannabis.
And how many have they closed? Because it's been 3 years, we have no update of how many illegal cannabis operations have been closed.
So
For a receive and file, of course.
under the task force information, over the course of the task force, they have been able to close 48 illegal and illicit locations, and that included the dispensaries, the events, and the indoor grows.
Good, good, good. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Calvin.
Thank you, Mayor. So okay, thank you. So just want to clarify, we have one code enforcement officer who is dedicated to cannabis. Okay. Then number two, on the list where we have all of the cannabis businesses that are operating in our city, why don't we then list how much money they're actually bringing in? Because I know you're giving me this entire figure, but where's the breakdown? And so that we can also see that measured and be able to say, oh, last year, this is what they brought in. This year, this is what they brought in.
If that is the will of the council, we can absolutely include that for the next update.
Yes, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor, if I just understand the question, are you asking to identify the taxpayer and the dollar amount? Yes. Okay, there are rules that prohibit us from identifying specific tax numbers. We can disclose, for example, that grocery stores give you this much money, but we can't say that the Stater brothers on this street generated a specific number. That is why we usually report them in categories. Yeah.
Okay, any other council members? I see none.
Sandra.
Oh, Councilmember Ibarra.
Hi, Stephanie. Thank you for the report. So my concern in the second ward is the illegal operators. They keep reopening constantly. I mean, I've had calls, people who live and work along D Street who have had shootings in that neighborhood. They're very concerned. I know our police department was very aggressive in going after those businesses, but like I mentioned earlier, they're getting shut down, but within a day or a week, they're reopening under a different business license. We need to address that. The other, and to clarify what my colleague in the Third Ward, Councilmember Figueroa, was trying to figure out is, in total, we approved 17 plus 4 for a total of 21 licenses in the city. Is that correct?
So after the amendment to the ordinance that allowed 17 retail and unlimited other types, because originally we had the 17 total.
Yes.
After that amendment, we were able to increase.
And then the other item, and I think, I'm not sure if you got the answer. Right now, any new licenses will not be coming before us. That's something that staff is approving, correct?
Yeah, at this point, we are not looking to reopen to fill vacant permits or licenses. Staff would like to focus on maintaining the current program and working with our current operators, but not opening for new applications at this time.
Okay. I think that was his other question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. As this item is to receive and file, there's no, Councilmember Sanchez?
Yeah, and you'll find that I am a zealous advocate for when work is within the realm of the council, at the discretion of the council, that it stay there. We made a legislative decision to have 17 retail licenses. If there are any less than that, it should be up to the discretion of this council whether to continue with the 17 or the reduced amount. I know staff sees it as, hey, we're trying to catch up on regulation. Having more licenses out there, even up to the 17, could be an issue. But it really is up to the legislative body, in this case, this council, to decide that. We already decided 17 licenses. If all 17 licenses aren't in place, it should be up to this council to decide, hey, we're fine with the 14, maybe we readjust to 14, maybe we need more than 17, and to fill, let's say, the 17, whatever's left of the 17 licenses, how we go about picking them. But it really isn't up to staff to decide how many licenses we have in the city. It's up to this council. So if we don't see that that these licensees are going to be able to open up shop and produce revenue for the city, I think at some point in the near future, this should come before the council to decide whether we're fine with the reduced number of licenses for retail or whether we want to fill them. And if we do want to fill them, how we go about filling those licenses. And I don't know if my colleagues would agree with me, but you know, our power is limited, but it is legislative, and that is a role you're supposed to fill.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are you asking staff to bring back what the process is to fill the 17th slot?
Well, there is no process right now. It would have to come before this council to decide how we go about filling those licenses,
So are we-
and whether we want to or not. Right now, this is a receive and file, but I would like for staff to come back at some point and have us decide whether we move forward with filling those licenses or not.
Just to ask the city attorney and city manager, can we direct staff to look into what that process looks like, to come back to us, come back to this body regarding
Yes.
about the process on filling the 17th slot?
Yes, that is allowed.
And I do recall, I'd have to go back, but I would ask, I do recall that at one annual update that we gave in June, the question was presented to this body, the then body, I don't remember how that was comprised, who was on it, on the council, as to what you might want us to do in the future if we were to need to require to fill these spots. We should go back and check that, because I'm looking at Councilmember Alexander in particular, because I believe that he did raise that issue. Do you recall that? And then the council did agree that should we ever go in that direction, there was some direction provided. I don't think there was a vote on it, but there was some general direction provided.
Thank you. So staff will work on bringing something back to talk about the
In
process.
that case,
Mayor,
I'd
if
like
I
to
might.
formalize that action through a
Okay.
council vote.
If I might, so then, City Attorney, are you stating that when the city of San Bernardino began to issue licenses, that was not agreed upon at that time?
No, so everything that's been done to date is absolutely in accordance with the ordinance, has always been in accordance with the regulations that this city council set, not that staff set, the city council. But when we were giving an update, the question came up, well, what happens if we go through all the people on the eligibility list and we still have additional licenses to grant? That question was asked at a meeting, and as I vaguely recall, I think Councilmember Alexander said, well, some cities do it by lottery versus this complex process that you did it by, and if we ever do it again, I think we should use the lottery process. That's all I'm saying, is that that was a directive that was given, and we said we would come back to you someday when we needed to fill those spots.
So if I might ask, how was the process handled in the beginning? The council just looked at applications and decided who they wanted? Was there a process?
A very complex process, super complex process.
Took years.
It took years. This took many, many, many years. And it was done, and it was actually subject to legal challenges, which your process survived legal challenges. So yes, it was done in accordance with the ordinances.
So basically, then you're saying that we do need to establish a process of which, if we have any vacancies that we fill or decide not to fill.
Going forward, right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Figueroa?
Thank you, Mayor. Just brief. With the remaining vacancies that are available, the way I see it is that it's revenue the city is just, it has, I mean, just sitting there. It's opportunity for the city to have some revenue, and I don't see why we wouldn't take an opportunity to increase our revenue with the remaining licenses that are there. That's all.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion directing staff to come back with information as to the number of vacancies and a proposal on how to fill them, and maybe even a recommendation whether we should even fill them or not. I think we probably should. To the point my colleague, Councilmember Figueroa, is making, I think there's still revenue to be made in the cannabis industry for the city. But I would like to see what staff has to say on that, as well as a recommendation on how we go about formalizing a process by which we would grant licenses to any applicants who might be applying for a license in cannabis.
Thank you, Councilmember. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I call for the votes? Madam City Manager, did you have a comment?
I was just going to add that I have gone through this process in a former city that I worked in. I did a lot of research on how to administer the program. We had limited, and we did go through a lottery system that was vetted, and that made it less stringent on staff. It was easy to administer. It was not challenged, and it was successful for that city. I researched a lot of cities before we recommended that, and it was an easy program to manage. So we can absolutely come back. I have a lot of information. We'll work with staff, and we can come back with those recommendations.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. We look forward to... Okay. Councilwoman Calvin?
So I would just like to suggest that if we could friendly amend the motion to also include, because I just really don't believe that one code enforcement officer allocated to cannabis is enough for a 62 square mile city.
Yeah, I'd be willing to amend my motion that staff also come back with again, a plan of attack on how to regulate the cannabis industry we have in the city.
Thank you. There's a friendly amendment to the original motion, seconded by, and Mayor Pro Tem agrees. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. Before we continue to item number 7, Madam City Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members, just for your patience and letting me go back and look at this, because it's very important. So just want to remind you, under the traditional rule, council members who abstain are counted for purposes of determining a quorum, and abstentions are simply not counted towards the tally, yes or no. However, that is different when someone abstains for purposes of a conflict. That's why I asked the council member if she had a conflict, because in that case, they wouldn't even be counted towards the quorum. The government code says that a majority vote of the full membership is needed to pass an ordinance, but this doesn't apply if you're a charter city. And your charter city says that we require a simple majority vote of the quorum that's present. And your municipal code says the same thing, that ordinances shall be adopted by a simple majority vote of the quorum. In this case, there's 2 reasons it's not going to matter, because there was only 6 of you participating, so the quorum vote would have been 4, and you didn't have 4. But more importantly, you don't have an ordinance before you tonight. You gave direction to ban, but you don't have an ordinance. And to make law, you must have a proposed law in front of you. You must notice it under the Brown Act, and you must have a public hearing in your city. So you can give direction that staff come back and prepare an ordinance to ban. But you can't have the first reading of an ordinance that hasn't been prepared for you. The ordinance that was prepared for you and noticed to the public was to regulate. Does that make sense? Okay.
So we need to redo what, no.
You
So
actually need
this
to
we're
take
fine.
no action, and I think staff listened loud and clear. They will be going back to prepare.
So we are good.
Exactly. So, but the staff will, I don't want to speak for staff.
We'll bring back the ordinance proposing to ban, or your item proposing to ban with an ordinance to ban, to come before public hearing again, so that we can publicly notice it, and those opposing a complete ban on short-term rentals would be appropriately noticed so that they could come speak on the item.
And in order to pass that ordinance, you would need a majority vote of the quorum that's present, not a majority vote of the membership. Whoever's present that day, you would need a majority vote of those present.
It could happen again.
If there were 5 members present, you could pass it with 3.
Thank you, appreciate that. That was very helpful. Okay, now we will move forward to the public hearing item number 7, and then we will go to item number 31, right?
Yes, and just to clarify, item number 31 is really the same as item number 7, so we're really collapsing and combining 31 with public hearing item number 7. We did want to present the cannabis item for your information prior to reviewing the budget, and we'll go forward with that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 7 is the continuation of May 15th, 2024 public hearing, presentation of the city manager's proposed fiscal year 2024, 25, and fiscal year 2025, 26 budget. I'm opening the public hearing at 7:20 p.m. Could city staff provide a presentation on this item?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Jeannie Fortune, and Zuiva Ruiz from the Finance Department. As mentioned, this is a continuation of the public hearing from last May 15th. And we'd like to say that this proposed budget, as we continue, it aligns with all the key targets of the City Council's strategic plan. So this evening, we're going to provide City Council with a budget recap. Again, show the proposed budgets for both years. Show the provided revenue budget and expenditure budget, fund balance, and a recap again of our proposed CIP funding. So as the mayor and city council saw from May 15th, we wanted to show them what we started with at the beginning of the year, of what our adopted budget was, all the various approvals that we received from city council, to bring our adopted budget from $198 million to $216 million. And we wanted to show what our anticipated savings were. And we are projecting to end the year with $206 million. And so now, with that, we're also adding our proposed 24-25 and 25-26 budgets, with 237 and 252 million respectively. So our next slide, as requested by council, was to provide all approved personnel, how many filled and how many vacant. So what we did to this staff report, we included as an attachment additional detail. And that would have been each position by department, by program, so that City Council would know how many were filled and vacant for each class title that we had. And just to continue with that, as City Council is aware, we were proposing 14 positions in the 24-25 budget, and 6 that are currently in the youth workforce grant that will be eliminated by December of 24, this year. And this is just a detail of those 14 proposed positions. So again, this is the recommended revenue budget for fiscal years 25 and 26, 236 and 253 respectively. And so what we wanted to do was also add additional graphs to provide council those revenues that they specifically inquired about. At this point, this is the chart of our major fund revenue categories. Again, the main ones being sales and use tax and Measure S. So we wanted to provide a city council with what our last 2 years of actuals were for sales tax, what we are projecting for year end, and what we are also estimating for the next 2 years. So as shown here in 22-23, we actually saw a dip or a reduction in sales tax. And reason being, the whole state actually saw an almost 3% decline. And this was mainly due to auto sales and transportation. I guess that means nobody was buying new cars in 22-23. However, in 23-24, we are projecting a little higher than that, and we are expecting that this will go up in the next couple of years. Now with Measure S, although there was a decline in 22-23 for our sales tax, this did not affect the 1% that voters approved to add for our sales tax. It did dip, though, this year. However, we expect that to rebound in the next couple of years. Now, with utility users tax, we were looking at this, and as you can see, our actuals were 26, and they jumped to 31 in 22-23. We saw continuous increases in electricity, gas, communications. We provided a very conservative projection in the current year because we were expecting that there were an increase in consumers that were going to move to solar, and there were also consumers that are now moving from cable to streaming services. At this point, streaming services are not, they're not taxed. It's not on a UUT. And here is our cannabis revenue, I think as provided earlier by Ms. Castro. The 21-22 actuals did only receive an actual tax for that year was $2.5 million. However, 2.1 of that was from prior year sales, not just the prior year, but several years back of back taxes in cannabis. However, we are assuming that this will gradually increase for 24-25 and 25-26. Are you next? Yes. So Ms. Ruiz will continue with the expenditure budget for the general fund.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So for fiscal year 24-25 and 25-26 for the proposed expenditure budget for general fund, bottom line, fiscal year 24-25, again, we are proposing $237.7 million, and fiscal year 26, $252.9 million. We've also provided a breakdown of each of the departments within the general fund just to give a visual of what those percentages look like in the budget. Some highlights staff decided to add per the previous council recommendation. So salaries and benefits is one of the largest increases that we see. Within that is the COLAs on average. That's a 3.5%, and COLAs are cost of living adjustments. Merit increases are about 5% within the proposed budget, and then the overall salaries and benefits increased by about 20%. For the PERS unfunded liability payment, this increased by approximately 16%, and our total payment is $37.9. The city prepays in July in order to save approximately $1.3 million for that unfunded liability.
And yeah, the savings is in interest. CalPERS can allow you to pay it in 12 payments or all at once, and if you pay it up front, yeah, that's what we save, $1.3 million in interest charges.
The police department, their total budget is $132.8 million. Some of these increases are the quality of life team. That was a strategic initiative, and this is an increase of about 2.6 million annually. Some of the mid-year follow-up positions was an increase of 1.2 million annually. And then also the overtime budget increased by 41%. However, this is offset by revenue that we see. This is reimbursable overtime for any special events held within the city. In general government, we do have a transfer out to animal services that increased expenses by 77%. And this is for the regional partnership we've entered in with 3 additional cities. Again, this is reimbursable. We will see 47% of those expenses in revenue from our regional partners. Parks and Recreation, some of the increases that we see in Parks and Recreation, we see an increase of 9% in their recreation and community events. Senior nutrition is an increase of about 87%, and special events, which we know and love throughout the city, is an increase of 19%. Library, their overall budget increase is 59%, and this is in order to allow for adult education. Enhanced services, we've increased it over 100%, and central library services, an increase of about 82%. Within liability and workers' compensation, so we have seen an increase in the liability and property insurance premiums. This is currently budgeted at 19.4 million. This is an increase of about 11.3 million from the 24 adopted budget. Also, IT, we've increased their budget. Their total budget is now 9.6 million. This is an increase of 1.7 million from their adopted budget. This is in order to enhance and upgrade any infrastructure and cybersecurity efforts and replacement of critical hardware that's just aging throughout the city.
So in relation to fund balance, and we have not changed this since we presented this to council. Again, we are expecting 185 million at the end of this year in fund balance. And for the next years, as shown, it is going to be reduced by 11 or 12 million, and shortly thereafter, that is what we're expecting that is going to be spent on capital improvement projects. That's what's going to reduce our fund balance at this point. Because our revenue, our operating budget is actually covered by all of our current operating expenditures. So our total proposed budget, both general fund and other fund revenue, for 24-25 and 25-26 respectively, is 312 million for expenditures and 330 million for 25-26. Since we're providing a recap, we also wanted to show that our CIP budget, total of 13.2 in 24-25 and 17.5 in 25-26. So that concludes our budget recap. We will be happy to answer any questions City Council may have.
This is still the hearing, so I need to follow this script. And because we're combining the two, can we just continue on? Or do I need to close that portion of the, and ask for public comments or comments from the council? Because we're going to go through the capital improvement program too, right?
We did not I don't believe, I thought the capital improvement program was included in the previous beginning of the public hearing, so we didn't need to recap that portion.
Okay. So then, but this is.
And so I think at this point, we just need to request speakers because it's the close of the presentation.
So then, we've done the staff report, so I thank you for that.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have 3 speakers. I can call them up if you'd like.
Okay. But do I need to close the public hearing first?
Yes.
And the time?
No, sorry, no, not until the speakers.
Not until the speakers, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Bear with me, please.
Okay, the speakers are Selena M., Georgia L., and Lydia Zavala.
Just a point of clarification, if I may, through the, what two items, again, are we combining here?
We combined items 30 and 31.
30, 31 added to public hearing seventh item.
Correct.
Seventh item.
Correct.
Okay.
30 and 31 added to public hearing item 7.
Okay, then I don't mean to be a thorn here, but items 30 and 31 are under discussion, and I find, quite frankly, I would find it unfair that if there is a member of the public who wanted to discuss, who speak on an item that's under discussion, we are not allowing them to discuss those items.
We can still
prior to.
leave the discussion item as is. We just wanted to be able to give the presentation from item 30. So we don't have to strike item 30 from discussion, which is the cannabis item. We can still leave that discussion item there. We just wanted the opportunity to give the presentation to council before they were considering the budget, in case you had any questions or amendments to the budget based on the presentation and the actual outcome of what we've been, the sales tax revenue results. Basically, we wanted to call that out specifically so you could see how well the sales tax on cannabis, the cannabis tax, I should say, is performing and what the issues are so that you could make any comments in relation to the budget adoption. Okay. But we can absolutely keep the discussion item as is.
Ms. City Attorney, because the only speakers who are going to come up are those who filled out public hearing speakers.
I understand I understand the comment you're making.
Public comment speakers.
It's because the Brown Act requires us, we're required to take public comment before any action is taken on an item. We moved up the public hearing items because obviously those are public hearing items. When the item came up on number 30, cannabis, we didn't necessarily call up people to speak on that item. However, the city clerk says that no one turned in a card specifying that they wanted to speak on that item. And if there is someone in the audience that intended to speak on that item, then by law, we should have let them speak on that item before you discussed it or took action.
Is it too late to do that?
In my opinion, if someone's here, I would give them the courtesy of letting them speak on that
So
item.
if someone wanted to speak to item 30,
Correct,
because we've already done it.
correct. I'd say as a
And
matter of
didn't-
curing that,
So if there's anyone in the audience that wants to speak on item 30 specifically, they can do that now.
well, if they were one of the people who submitted a card, that's going to be the first thing, and they had submitted a card and wanted to speak on item 30.
Okay, and the city clerk's going through that now?
Yeah, we do not have
And we
any-
had nobody that was interested.
specified
That
for
specified that item?
Correct.
Okay, all right, so we'll go with people that have turned in one for this particular,
Yes, because my understanding is that you would not have allowed them to turn in a card late anyway. Correct?
Thank you.
Yes,
so do we do have speakers on this item, item number 7?
that is correct.
Okay. Go ahead and call them out,
Sure,
please.
I'll call them again. Selena M., Georgia L., and Lydia Zavala.
Good evening, Council. George L. I'm wanting to speak about some things on the budget in concern to animal services, of course. The first thing I wanted to talk about is, or concern is there an appropriate allocation for some of the positions that are included? Because there's at least 4, 5, 6, 8 positions that were granted, and they're no longer granted. But I believe we're still keeping the positions. I don't know if that was included in the figures. Also, there's some inconsistent figures here. So on page 320, it shows that the extra positions needed for this partnership contract are $2.7 million. And on page 302, it's actually 2.8, which is about $95,000 off. And both of them are in the packet, so which one's right, which one's wrong? Why are we sharing the added positions at 53%, when we have all the other positions, the 40 positions that are already, I guess, in place, even though they're not all filled? We have 31 extra positions that they're asking for, but we're going to pay 53% of that. It doesn't even sound fair that we're paying for all 40 positions and then splitting the added positions at 53%. I just wanted to mention that. Also, the contract verbiage changed. Originally, they talked about new construction back in December, and the partnership agreement would be sharing for that new construction, but now it's called shelter improvements in the current, what's in the packet today. So I'm a little bit confused how we're sharing the expense on this brand-new facility that we were talking about building, 70 million plus, I heard, where it was approved. Where's the schedule for cost reimbursement for the animals from these partner cities? We don't know how much they're charging. There's nothing in there about that. It's very basic, generic contract. Nothing stated in the contract regarding animals belonging to the partner cities. At the end of a contract, are we going to have a mass dump from all these cities that are at Riverside at the end of this contract? Are they going to be dumped here at the end of the contract? That's another question, concern. And then I want to restate the reallocation of the defaulted vet contract we have and adding another $150,000 to make a $500,000 offer for 2 veterinarians, $250 apiece. If we could please reconsider that, we could save ourselves some money, and we need to be fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others? Okay. Thank you.
Lydia Savala. I'm here to address the salary of the shelter veterinarian position of $178,000, not including other benefits. This $178,000 has increased from $165,000, and we've been waiting several years for a veterinarian. So if we couldn't get one for $165,000, we're not going to get a veterinarian for $178,000. And if I'm wrong, I would be delighted to be wrong. But I really don't think you're going to be able to get a veterinarian. And now more than ever, we really need to have one with all the new cities that are going to be joining us. The reason you're not going to get a veterinarian for $178,000, and this is based on a discussion that I've had with several local veterinarians, is that when a vet gets out of veterinary school, they are able to perform their services as a contract vet, as a substitute vet, as a relief vet for someone who has an operating practice. And the amount that out-of-school veterinarian gets paid is anywhere from about $1,800 to $2,000 a day. So if you divide that salary of $178,000 by 52 weeks, it comes out to about $3,400 a week. So why would anyone want to work 5 days a week when you could work a day and a half a week or 2 days a week for, the same amount of money? And the benefit of that is that they don't have the overhead, the employees, they have no payroll, they have no limit, they have limited contact with the community, they have little to no liability. So there's really no great benefit to signing up with our city and having to work under somewhat dire conditions. I've mentioned in the past the possibility of an H-1B visa veterinarian, which would require consultation with an immigration attorney, which I've already done. And the candidate would have to be identified, most likely from Canada or from Mexico, before entering into the lottery of 6,500 spots. I mean, our city thinks nothing of hiring a headhunter for the position of city manager, so why not hire an immigration attorney? And instead of more staff, more contract labor, why not I like that idea of eliminating the contract labor and hiring 2 veterinarians for $500,000. Makes more sense.
Thank you.
Selena M. for the budget for animals. May 20th, 2024, ABC Channel 7 ran a story of our very own San Bernardino shelter. Headline reading, number of animals at San Bernardino shelter expected to double to 12,000. Let that sink in for a second. Quote, we really need the community to step forward and help us by adopting and fostering, was a direct quote from our director, Christine Watson. How are you pleading for the community help when we can't even help right now with the amount of animals that are currently at the shelter? Answer me that. The shelter plans to accomplish the growth with temporary kennels and shelter, whatever that means, as it looks to build a bigger facility in the next 3 to 5 years. I'm completely flabbergasted because what is that going to do for an additional 6,000 animals when we can't even house our own dogs safely? Right now, there have been several cases of kennel mate attacks which resulted in severe injuries and needing to be euthanized. Well, what do you expect when they are now up to 4 to 6 dogs in each kennel? I cannot stress enough on how badly San Bernardino got screwed in this regional partnership, taking over cities of Fontana, Colton, and Rialto beginning July 1st. That's next month. The only reason our numbers are going under the radar right now is because they are being euthanized for being there too long, fearful, medical, or stress. At this point, any reason and excuse used to euthanize them. The money that was granted should have gone to San Bernardino City animals to begin with, and not to be used to fix other city problems. The money could have been used for community outreach, education, vaccine, spay and neuter, but that has all fallen on the shoulders of the rescuer organizations. So where is all that money going or sitting? We can't wait 3 to 5 years for a total of 12,000 dogs. Now it's being asked of you for more money for employment increase from 40 to 71 employees. And as they said, it makes more sense to cut that to bring a veterinarian on board so that we can afford and have the care and not have to worry about we don't have a vet on site. So what money is going to be used for right now? We need solutions now. I've said this every time I've spoken, that San Bernardino animals matter, and I will continue to fight for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
That
concludes the
public comment.
public comments.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, can we go to a recess? We're dealing with some technical issues, and I'd like to have a moment to have that addressed or find a workaround.
Sure, I think so. How much time we need? 10 minutes?
10 minutes, please.
Okay, we're going to recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to start again. Thank you for your patience while we had a little bit of a technical problem. I think we've got it straightened out a little bit, or at least enough to get through the rest of the evening. What I didn't do before we went on break or recess was close the public hearing, so I'm doing that now at 8:04. And now I will open it up for discussion deliberation here at the dais. So does anybody here at the dais, council members, want to make comments? I don't see any to my left. Councilmember Sanchez.
Sorry, is this for the budget?
Yes, for what we just finished, the hearing we just finished.
Oh, okay, no.
Okay, the hearing that we just finished.
The hearing on the
is the budget.
The budget entirely?
That's what we just did,
Oh, okay.
right?
Yes,
So
I had a conversation with staff offline, and I want to,
or whatever it is.
I want to see if the council is amenable to having a workshop/special meeting last week of this month in order to give staff enough time to bring back the information this council needs. And the best way I can describe what I'm asking for is through an example. Something that the council approved unanimously with the former city manager, Charles McNeely, was a street segment repair. It was $2 million for segment repair, $1 million for sidewalk repair. That became part of the amended budget for 23-24. I don't know if it's part of the budget for 24-25. I would like to know proposed, or the adopted budget for 23-24 as a column, one column. The following column is amended. The third column would be actuals, where those expenditures made with those amendments. And then the proposed budget for 24-25, that would be it. And it needs to get down to details to the point where we're talking about, in this case, the segment repair. Because right now, they're just categorized out. And I see there's a little more detail with our police department, but even then, none of these departments include the detail we need to know if programs that this council values are being carried out, if they're being funded for this year. And again, the example I have to use is that segment repair. There's nothing in the backup, there is nothing in the backup that we've been given so far that would tell us if segment repairs are being funded for this next fiscal year.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to continue this item for a special meeting. Can we cover the votes?
I would suggest we try to, if we can poll the council now, you talked about the last week, right,
I would like the last week because it is a lot of work.
Can
and I
you
want
poll
staff-
us later in the week?
Yes, we
Off-
can get,
off the
we can
dais.
get with council offline.
Thank
Correct.
you. Do we need a vote to action for this?
To hear comments from the council, from the remaining council members. I don't.
Council, do you want to withhold your comments for the special meeting, so that way we can continue with other items?
Oh, if that's fine with the council.
Is that okay? Okay. Can we call the votes to continue this budget item for special meeting this month?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion to continue passes.
Thank you. And then we will also continue item number 31, which will be incorporated with the budget for the special meeting. Is that correct? Do we need action on that too, Madam City Clerk, or are we good?
I'm sorry, what was that?
For item number 31, it's tied to the budget. Do we need a separate action?
I think we could pull that item. I think we could pull item 31 because it's not needed, and then we'll bring it
Gotcha.
back.
Okay, well, thank you. We will move to city manager updates.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I have Jeff, our Public Information Officer, coming up to present the city manager's report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. This is the City Manager Report to the City Council for June 5th, 2024. First, the annual homeless point in time count that we had earlier this year. The results came back from the county. They did show in San Bernardino a slight decrease in the homeless population from 1,507 to 1,417. However, San Bernardino continues to have by far the most unhoused residents in the county, approximately 33%, meaning there's still more work to be done. Nonetheless, this does mark the first decrease in San Bernardino in over a decade. More on that in the coming meetings. Last week, San Bernardino honored its fallen heroes. Large crowd of veterans, community members, and civic leaders turned out in front of City Hall to remember and salute those that gave their lives in the service of our country at a Memorial Day ceremony. Keynote speech was given by Commander Jose Mendoza of the Disabled American Veterans, Chapter 12, and recognitions were made to veterans Nathan James Evans and Wyatt Voss, who is also a member of San Bernardino Police Department. Last week, we also presented the state of the city to a packed house at the DoubleTree in San Bernardino. The event highlighted investment being made in San Bernardino by the public and private sectors, as well as highlighted the success stories of hometown and unsung heroes, as well as a economic forecast by economist Chris Thornburg. The Public Works Tiger Team struck again. They beautified the Hernandez Community Center outside. It included benches, trees, fragrance plants, and circular seating, as well as the pool area. And if you see the before and after photos, the Public Works team was hard at work, and the improvements were definitely visible. And coming soon, the upgrades will be made there that will include a Zen garden with additional fragrance plants and upgraded fencing. June in San Bernardino is Adopt a Pet Month. This past weekend, 54 dogs and cats were either adopted, rescued, or reunited with their families as part of the Animal Shelter Adopt a Pet Day. From June 18th to 23rd in a couple weeks, all adoptions at the shelter will be free and include microchipping, vaccinations, spay, neuter as part of the Animal Services Clear the Shelter Week, which will include an adoption fair at June 22nd at Wildwood Park. As part of the economies of scale by partnering with the other neighboring cities, beginning later this month, the shelter will be open on Sundays and Mondays and late on Wednesdays. This will be new this month, and so adding the number of hours upon which the shelter is open will be a big benefit to our residents as well as those with our partner cities. Starting tomorrow night, the Sizzling Summer Night Concert Series begins over the next 8 weeks. Tomorrow will be the funk soul group No Jack. And there'll be different types of music every night at the historic Roosevelt Bowl at Paris-Hill Park. Gates open at 5:30 with the concert beginning at 7:30. And then finally, the council had asked for an update on the expenses to date at Nicholson Park. To date, there have been approximately $2.6 million spent. Most of that, as you remember when the council voted, probably about a month ago, was to beat a deadline and order the equipment for the park. And so that has been ordered to the tune of about $2.6 million. And as it says at the bottom, playground equipment, picnic tables, shade structures, light poles, and other supplies and equipment. And if you ask, well, when is that going in? If you haven't been to Nicholson Park lately, the picture on the left is what it looked like probably about a month and a half ago. And the crews have been out there doing demolition and clearing so that they can do the 100% renovation of Nicholson Park. You can see 4 pictures on the right with various clearing and heavy equipment. And if you want to see it today, that's what it looks like today. It's not a brown field, it is a cleared field, so that we will be seeing a completely new, brand new park coming in the coming months. Construction, I believe, will be starting, in which things will be going in the other direction starting next month, actually June, by the end of this month. And so we're very pleased that a lot of people love Nicholson Park and wanted to see that be renovated for a long time. So we're glad to see that happening. And then following shortly behind, as many of you know, will be the community center there as well, thanks to some external funding. With that, that concludes my report, and I thank you very much.
And thank you, Jeff. I'm sorry, I do have a few more items that were not included in the PowerPoint that I just wanted to continue to update council on. I just wanted to bring back one item that was requested previously to give you an update. We just awarded the pavement management plan last council meeting, and with that kickoff, it is a lengthy process to evaluate all the streets, but during that process, they will also be analyzing, along with the streets, what streets have sidewalks and what don't, which don't, and that will be included in the final report so that we can report that back. It will be some time, so I just wanted to report that it'll take some time to get back to you with that report. My next item was on animal services. I did want to emphasize a few things as a result of the public comments, but before that, I wanted to just give you an update on the project for the new animal shelter. We, as you know, are beginning services on July 1st to the other 3 cities to add, along with our cities that we already are providing services. There is a need for additional capacity, so we are in process of building a new building. It has been ordered and it will be delivered in July. We were anticipating to start July 1st, but we will not have that building in operation until the fall. Within that 3 months, there will be some temporary shelter usage. We do have adequate temporary shelters to use in place. So we are fully at full capacity, or we are able to accommodate the full capacity that will be added to our services. Now to address the public comments, I know there was one asking about if we're going to get a dump of animals. Riverside County is keeping all of the animals up through June 30th. We are only beginning services July 1st, and we will only take in the animals from that point on. We do have, there was a campaign for fostering that is in effect this month. It is just to ask for the public's help for additional fostering during this period. It's always great to have that additional support from the community to foster the animals. So I just wanted to clarify that that was just a campaign to get some fostering assistance during this transition period. And lastly, I wanted to just give an update. I know that there has been some speculation on employee matters that was recently voiced. Confidential personnel matters have been made public. And while we cannot disclose those matters, I just wanted to report that there is an investigation underway into this matter, in case there is any public inquiry about that. It is confidential, but there is something ongoing, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We will now move on to public comments. At this time, public comments will be heard for items on the open session and items not on the agenda. To address the City Council, everyone must complete a speaker card and provide it to the City Clerk. Only those speaker cards turned into the City Clerk will be allowed to address the City Council. No late cards will be accepted. Each person should state their name for the record and will have 3 minutes each. If you require Spanish interpretation, we do have an interpreter on site. Please raise your hand at this time to indicate you would need translation assistance. In addition, we have interpreting listening devices available in the back.
Servicios de intérprete están disponibles para esas personas que requieran interpretación. Si quieren participar en los comentarios públicos, pueden tomar una tarjeta en la mesa al frente. No se aceptarán tarjetas tardías. Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias. We have 24 speakers, I believe. Madam City Clerk, would you like to call on the speakers?
Sure. Tony Lara, Sarah R., James Smith, Treasurer Ortiz, Harry Hatch, Jim Mulvihill, Christian Shaughnessy, Mike Hartley, and Kathy Malone.
Sarah. Good evening. I'm back. I was here earlier, so you probably know my spiel. Since I'm limited to 3 minutes, I'm just going to ask you to do yourself and your community a favor and follow Dr. Treasurer Ortiz for San Bernardino City Council on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. It is on the agenda, number 10. We are fast approaching the election season, and I thought it was in a critical moment to give this reminder. I've reached out to city officials, council members, and the mayor for resolutions to various city issues, namely FOIA and Brown Act violations, and no one is addressing our concerns. The city clerk pledged that she would seek best practices for possibly returning to remote participation, but we're still waiting. Dr. Ortiz is running for San Bernardino City Council, and I see her as our hope. She's a truth teller exposing the corruptions that the city faces. Just last Wednesday, Helen, you held a State of the City, speaking of the city manager's report, agendized for 5:45, and yet public entry was at 5:50, clearly noted on the admittance ticket. And this is a direct violation of Brown Act. Despite a day of back and forth emails to the city manager's office and Sonia Carvalho, who had assured me that there would be adequate time to allow the public comment and entry. That did not take place. The public should have been ensured admittance with the non-paying public without incidents and adequate time to make their public comments. What did take place is that Thomas Rice berated Treasurer as she tried to tell you guys that there were people waiting outside for public comment. He immediately shut the door and didn't allow anybody else entry as soon as there was quorum, despite you knowing that there was 4 attendees wishing to speak. Helen, you rushed to complete the meeting and you just gave Treasurer 2 minutes to speak. BBK and you all are witnesses to the corruption that's going on. You voted to terminate Montoya without cause, handing him a severance package to get him out of your hair. And BBK's pockets continue to get filled. I really urge you to reconsider having BBK. It is actually them who is becoming a liability for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. They are actually accomplices to PRA and Brown Act violations that we have continued to request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Harry Hatch, Ward 7. Sorry, Mr. Sanchez isn't here. I wanted to remind him about your earlier conversations on the housing stuff. A lot of that stuff has to do with fireworks, too. Fireworks are coming up. Right now, according to your number 29, there was $130,000 in revenue gained from taxes last year to the city. And you're going to be spending $211,916 on enforcement. Now, I went back through the whole thing, and there's no indication of how many permits were let out this year. 28 last year is what everything is based on. So you don't have accurate information. But even with that information, that means that there was $46,420 made at every stand for a total of $1,305,360 by your calculations. This should be something that we do more than 10%. Where have I heard that before? 10%. 10%? Oh, that was, okay, never mind. Also, there's nobody that's going to be enforcing the city ordinance. County Fire will be issuing state fire marshals permits. They will take our permits with them and put them out there. But nobody will be going and checking on city ordinance issues, such as, is there anybody there that's on the license at the time of the sales? There's nobody that's going to be there and doing that. We really don't have anybody do that. You're going to send code enforcement? Code enforcement would probably have to do it. Oh, code enforcement. We don't have code enforcement. We got a problem. And fireworks are still going to be a problem. Maybe you should ban fireworks, too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Council. Jim Mulvihill. At the May 1st Council meeting, the Council approved an amendment to the PlaceWorks contract to complete the virtually finished downtown specific plan and to renew work on the general plan document and related documents that depend on a valid general plan. Citizen participation is required by the California guidelines for general plans. In fact, Chapter 3 of the state guidelines is given completely over to discussing this required citizens' participation. The May 1st agenda also pointed out that nearby cities, quote, have received close review and/or legal action by the California Attorney General and local advocacy groups over environmental justice issues or lack of public input. All general plan elements require citizen participation, but I want to emphasize public participation in the new environmental justice element. Environmental justice element is a fairly new requirement, and San Bernardino has never done one. The content of the environmental justice element is specifically aimed at relieving adverse conditions in disadvantaged communities. Much of San Bernardino could be judged disadvantaged, but there are several wards with great needs to address. The HCD's Environmental Justice Toolkit points out that the environmental justice element must address the following: reduce pollution exposure, i.e. water quality, air quality. Next, to promote public facilities, infrastructure, parks, libraries, and health facilities. Then, promote access to nutritious food sources, supermarkets, farmers markets, and other sources of fresh fruits and vegetables. Next, promote safe sanitary homes, access to safe sanitary and affordable housing. Also removal of asbestos and lead-based building materials and the like, as well as access to employment opportunities. Finally, to promote civic engagement, i.e. adopting participatory planning methods, including expanding language access, and so forth. I'm certain that the consultant has standardized texts that can be used repeatedly in similar documents without needing to make major changes, but there must be direct community engagement to understand needs specific to our disadvantaged communities. Public forums should be held in community centers, churches, and the like. This is beyond the limited GPAC committee, which often had difficulty assembling a quorum. There's need for more expansive and detailed public input. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Malibu, how you doing? I wanted to thank you, Mayor, for reaching out to me to help you get the national anthem singer for your city of the event. It was nice. I look forward to all those things that was talked about at your event. I also wanted to just mention a few things that was at your event, which was 50% of the homicides was down, and I wanted to thank the chief for that and the police department. That was awesome. I liked that. I also wanted to thank Liddy Gutfield for all the work that she's doing in the Parks and Recs and in the community overall. Just an awesome job she's doing. I also wanted to thank Kim Calvin as well. We are doing June 7th at Negro League Night at the 66ers. I wanted to invite you all out to that as well. We're going to be honoring Kimberly Calvin, and the chief as well, and Liddy Gutfield. And it's going to be Friday at 66ers at 5:30. And so I just wanted to invite everybody out. I just want to encourage you guys to stay together. You know, it's a lot going on. We move 5 steps forward, and sometimes we move backwards. I'm just here with some encouraging words today. You know, sometimes I say this and sometimes I say that, but today I'm here with some encouraging words. We need to stick together. We need to do what's right for San Bernardino. We got the city manager out of here, which was really great. I'm really happy about that, but we still have some fixing to do. And I just wish the best for city of San Bernardino, okay? Thank you. And also thank you for the proclamation too for festival.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, folks, brothers, sisters, ladies and gentlemen of the council, our distinguished mayor. I just want to cordially request that, well, backing up, I understand that item 32 is a discussion item, but I do cordially request that the council approves the idea of establishing a subcommittee having to do with housing solutions and homelessness. I understand that the city has been through a lot of turmoil lately, but if you go look at the if you go look at the point in time count numbers and the hard work of our city staff and many other brothers and sisters in the community, I think that that's an additional thing that elected officials and power brokers in the community could do to go further homelessness solutions. And I think it would be very good for the morale of the city as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Dr. Treasurer Ortiz. So there's a couple of things. One, I'm extremely concerned that tonight you are approving a meeting minutes from 4 years ago. Right now, the city clerk has the largest staff they've ever had. And do we not see that there's any issue with transparency, that meetings minutes from 2022, 2020, 23, 24 are not available to the public? That's a problem. And let's talk about the public records request. How about the only reason that we're starting to get anything on Charles Montoya is because he was fired and everything was withheld for over 4 months, like the fact that he did sign a letter of engagement with Stifel on December 4th of 2023 when we were told nothing existed in the city. We have to do a better job. Henna Viva is an independent employee. She's independent of the city manager. She's independent of the city attorney. So is she feeling empowered to give us our documents on time? Do we have to keep fighting for information that is legally able to be given to us? I don't get it, because everybody's starting to get roll-ins. Like when I got the emails that said Susie Soren and Sonia Carvalho have known every step of this process, the letter of intent, engagement, what he was planning to do with Stifel. They were in the Zoom meetings, but yet you guys were consistently told nobody knew anything. You were lied to by the same people that are sitting here. And I agree 100% with Sarah that it's time to look at BB&K, because they make millions and millions of dollars out of every single lawsuit, every single screw up. Like the fact that Helen was able to get political donations at the same time asking people to buy tickets to a public meeting. And you charge people $75 to attend the State of the City, which is a public meeting. And I know Sonia likes to quote the government code, so she did it earlier. Well, the government code says it's illegal to restrict people from coming into meetings or charging them to attend a public agendized meeting. And that's what you did. And then Thomas Rice, who wanted to scream and get upset when the non-paying public was kept outside until 5:50. And the only reason I was allowed in that room is because when I walked in, they said, it's treasure. Don't do that. That's not fair. No one should be treated unequitably because they can't pay or because they're not someone in the community that's talking all the time. Everybody should have an opportunity to sit and have access to their public officials. The pay to play is not fair. It's wrong. And you need to make sure that you address this. Transparency, accountability, it's the only way we're going to change things. Addressing every issue in the city takes the body to do it. But if you don't even have your information, how are you going to make the right decisions? How can you get us on the right track if your own city attorney is just as corrupt as the most corrupt elected official? If your assistant deputy city manager is just as corrupt as everybody else holding information? Keep up with the accountability. We need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. Turn on your mic, please.
Of the city of San Bernardino, James Smith. And I just wanted to compliment the mayor for putting together the State of the City. I think it was a tremendous evening to bring the city of San Bernardino together. We had over 300 people there, and I want to thank the mayor for Severin Foreign and having this tremendous opportunity. I've been moved here in 1944. I'm 80 years old, and I enjoy the evening tremendously. Some of the highlights of the evening is been mentioned earlier tonight that we have 220,000 people here in the city of San Bernardino. The median age is over 30 years of age. We have 29,000 college students, total businesses of 6,500 people, city grant funding, 5.7 million. We have many, it was recognized earlier, the wonderful people that keep our trees trimmed, 42,000 trees. I think that was mentioned also in a handout that was given. We have Cal State San Bernardino. We have San Bernardino Valley College. One thing that is so important in the city of San Bernardino is the San Bernardino Police Department. 2023, by the numbers, Homicides decreased by 50% last year. We have 450 community events attended. The call time response was reduced by 46%. All of this was shared with the community that night, and I think we should commend the city of San Bernardino for taking forward and letting the positive things in the city of San Bernardino shared with the community. We are turning around this city of San Bernardino under the leadership of Mayor Tran, and I think we should be, and all the other city council people, we should be tremendously thankful for the city of San Bernardino and under the leadership of Mayor Tran as we turn around the image of San Bernardino to make it positive as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Tony Lara. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'll come back to you as a group. This is Sixth Ward. Kimberly, you've been, this is concerning the flood issue that we have. With all this rain that we get, we do not have a storm drain. I've hired engineers. They have gone and looked at the area's lack of drainage that we have. Okay, also I've emailed public comments so you guys could see some of the photos that we're having. Now I'll explain to you that 19th Street has a downhill slope, okay? And it has a cul-de-sac at the end. That's where we live, okay? Along the cul-de-sac, we have a hill on the side. And we have just a man-made ditch that somebody did. We have all this water coming down on a man-made ditch. It's just too much water that comes down. Now, that water is supposed to go down the drain to the 17th Street and then down to Massachusetts Avenue. Now, my neighbor in the back, I don't know how code enforcement let him put a fence. He put a fence, he put rocks on there. With the fence and vegetation, it's clogging it up really bad. It turns into a river and it stops everything. Now, we have been rescued before. Me is my mother right here. We've been rescued before in the past. These people have lost TVs, everything, even cars. Some of these people have lost cars because the flood has gone up to 6, 7 feet. Okay, we have done numerous of CRMs to Public Works and Code Enforcement, and nothing has happened. This has been going on for over 2 years. I have gave everybody a claim form, so they're going to have to go that route. Another thing, I work in law enforcement. I put my life on the line every day here, and me and my mother can be safe in our own house. Thank you.
Thank you, and staff will be getting your information. Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Mike Hartley. And if you think I'm going to talk about code enforcement, you're right. But this time I have a solution. When I turn in CRMs about travel trailers and boats and sea-doos parked in driveways, what normally happens is I think the people take it to a storage area and pay the 30 days to store it. After that, they bring it back, realizing it's probably going to be 3 or 4 months before code, after I turn them in again, it's going to take 3 or 4 months to come back out. With cars parked on the street, there used to be, if a car was parked there for so long, the police would mark it with a yellow marker, and that vehicle would have to be moved at least 50 feet. Now, it just has to be moved. So a person can actually just push the car a couple inches and it's moved. It has to be tagged, which it is. But when the weeds are growing up in between the drive shaft, you know it's not being moved. We need to put more bite into it. So if that person brings back that trailer, it's the same owner, give him a $1,000 fine. Make sure he doesn't bring it back. That saves code enforcement a lot of time. Now, some vehicles that are wrecked, that are out on the street, when I call, it's a police problem, it's a parking enforcement. The police give them a ticket, a blue tag, and then they move it into their driveway. Now it's off the street, so it's not a police problem, it's code enforcement problem. That's the problem, it's code enforcement problem. So we need to change ordinances, and we need to put more bite into it so we're not chasing our tail and using more code enforcement officers. Now, as far as trees, Tree City, on Pepper Tree Lane, there's a lot of pepper trees. We've already cut down 3. We're not replanting any. And we're leaving the stumps, grinding down the stumps and replant our pepper trees, or there's no reason to call that street Pepper Tree Lane. When we did the street on Parkside Drive, they cut down a 30-year-old magnolia. The water company cut down a camphor. We've cut down a lot of trees on Parkside Drive, and they're not being replanted. So eventually, we wouldn't be calling ourselves Tree City, USA. So think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Kathy Malland. Hi, I haven't seen some of you in a long time. Little brief personal history behind that, and then the reason why I'm here. November in 2019, I was sweeping my front porch, listening to Eric Clapton and B.B. King, and all of a sudden I couldn't hear any more music. I thought it was because of a power failure. We have a lot of them. But between my door, or where this happened in my door, I don't know, 10 feet. I was down on the ground, nauseous, dizzy, and could not get up. Didn't have my phone on me. So basically belly crawled into the house and throwing up, and went to dial 911 and realized again that I couldn't hear. So how do you call 911 when you can't hear? Anyway, ended up being able to contact through text a friend who came over within 15 minutes, and then I obviously went to the hospital. But to make and after a lot of testing and a lot of stuff, they determined, yes, you can't hear, yes, you lost your balance, yes, you're having vision problems, yes, you're having a lot of problems, and we're going to start doing tests to figure it out. So they figured it out, some of it, a lot of it they didn't, the hearing loss, no. And then COVID hit, and so I'd been approved for cochlear implants, but then COVID hit, so that surgery was set and canceled 4 times. So I was deaf for a year, and it kind of limited my participation in life, period. But through recovery, through physical therapy to regain my balance, through working with neuro-ophthalmologists, which I never knew there was such a thing, we've got vision working better now. I can hear. But one thing I can't do is I can't participate in person here easily or comfortably. I came and sat in the middle of the room tonight and realized I couldn't understand anything any of you were saying. With all the technology I have, all this can do is pick up whatever noise is in the world. So if someone behind me is having a conversation or a paper is being rattled over in that corner of the room, I'm hearing that. I'm hearing everything. It's like hearing on steroids. So I'm sorry, I'm out of time.
Thank you.
What I'm asking for is closed captioning through AI. It's very easy. Please provide that so I can participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Junior Creel, Mayor and Council and staff. I just want to make some shout outs today. I always tend on the positive side. I mean, for me to say our city is great, it is great. It could be better, and we have some faults. But you know, we need to strive and focus on the positive. That's the only way we're going to get better. I mean, if you just want to complain, you can complain forever. But I look at the bright side. Some of the things I want to touch on. Liddy last week, a gentleman spoke about his kids playing on the west side of the ballpark. And Liddy went and talked to him, and I reached out to him, and I was able to go to the ball field and see his concerns. And it was 6:30 at night, and guess who showed up? Liddy was there. That's the kind of leadership we have. That's the kind of leadership we need. Azam, Public Works, I'm blessed to sit on that commission with him, and I got the privilege to spend 3 hours with him, and I learned so much. One thing I learned is we have lights. Believe it or not, we have signal lights that if a person runs a yellow light before he can get through the intersection and before it turns red, the green light gets delayed for there's no accident. I didn't know that. We have, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think we got 3 functional and 42 to come. I mean, that's protection for us. I mean, there's just so many things. I also went to Fairfax School where they have a bridge. And I sat there and I thought, here comes 12 people, which was Water Department, SCE, and our people. And there was 12 people here, and I saw plans, I saw people. This is a year project. It just, so many things are good in this city if we strive on them. I was blessed to be on the committee for the golf for PD, and what a success that was, and what a great day that was. I'm also blessed to be on the commission with Fire, Chief Yeager, and that's been a real blessing. And I did stop by the Del Rosa station, and I was greeted and said, "What am I doing here?" by the general, and that's the kind of people that we hire. He said, and I told him who he was, and I said, I'll call Chief Yeager and make sure it's okay. But those are the things we need. Plus, I believe headquarters is going to be a week from today, the grand opening for the headquarters. And let me see what else I've got. I hear a lot of criticism about the parks. We're in an injunction right now. And you know what? The parks are not going to get better till the injunction's over. And these people that are just screaming that, you know, it's the mayor's fault, it's the council's fault, it's the staff's fault. You know what? It's the lawyers right now. It's the lawyers' hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk.
Okay, the next speakers are Henry Nickel, Gina Mireles, Georgia L., Terry Boykins, Dolores Armstead, Michael Davis, Ricky Van Johnson, Lydia Zavala, Ray, I'm sorry, the last name starts with the B, Al Palazzo, Christian Flores, and Ronnie Murphy.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Henry Nickel, resident of the 5th Ward, former council member, and I appreciate the work you all do up here. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Also wanted to wish a happy belated birthday to our council member, but unfortunately he's not here this evening, but I know Ben had a birthday recently, so happy birthday, Ben. I think we all in this room would agree that we want a city that's safe, clean, and desirable. That's really our job as council members, as members of this community, is to work together to make that happen. Around this time last year, school's out. I think we're all sort of, some of us are excited about that, some of us perhaps not. But every year it seems like we mark the end of the school year with, at least in our neighborhood, explosions. Fireworks marks the summer season. And in our neighborhood, fire danger is very severe. And a number of my neighbors have come to me and asked what can be done to make sure that we're mitigating the brush on Little Mountain and surrounding areas. I would ask, I do know that we have at the end of Bond Street, Shandon Hills, areas that are part of LMDs. They do need to be addressed immediately. Those fireworks are coming, fire season is here, and we need to mitigate that. About this time last year as well, the lights went out on our street. Not just our street, but an adjacent street. Street lights are out. Usually when the lights go out, bad things tend to happen, sure enough. We got burglarized last summer. I put in a request in October, request number 7261080. This was in October, after I'd submitted another request in August after the burglary. I was told that the street lights would be repaired. To this date, they are not repaired. 2 Sundays ago, I was burglarized again. We need to start doing the work that we are paying to have done and that we are elected to do, and that is to provide for a safe, clean, and desirable city. I will be coming to you now every council meeting with requests that come from our constituents in the 5th Ward, asking for assistance and updates on maintenance items that have been submitted to the city and that we have an obligation to ensure are, in fact, dealt with as we as taxpayers are paying to have these items dealt with. Please follow up on these items as I bring them to you. I'll be happy to submit these in writing as well, but we do expect to get the services we pay for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Michael Davis. At the September 6, 2023 City Council meeting, on the agenda that night was item number 19, titled Regular Ordinance Amending or Repealing Crime-Free Housing. My wife Valerie and I, with the assistance of congregations organized for prophetic engagement, submitted speaker cards to address that item. However, I was not able to attend the meeting due to work scheduling. I am a minister at Ecclesia Christian Fellowship, which I attend alongside with Ricky Van Johnson. We are not the same person. Also, I have seen the Facebook page of Michael Davis referenced in the factual analysis and findings attachment to the executive summary. I am not that Michael Davis, also referred to as Witness V. I don't understand why the City Council have to defame my character and give my name a bad reputation. I have worked hard to build a good name and a good reputation. So I'm hoping that this issue will be resolved, and I appreciate you for allowing me to address that issue and my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening. I am here today to discuss the professional misconduct of San Bernardino City's Police Department. Currently, they are granting, without having the authority to do so, diplomatic immunity to Mark Jolstad, president of the Mountain View Park Homeowners Association. They are also granting privilege to the daughter of a millionaire that is residing in our complex by the name of Lindsay Siriglione. Lindsay has assaulted and battered children. 2.5 years ago, she assaulted Kevin, an 11-year-old Latino boy. More recently, and within the statute of limitations, she used her German Shepherd to threaten Bruno, a 7-year-old child. This is child endangerment. It is not something that goes to animal control, because Irma, that resides in Unit 55, has a video of this incident. Additionally, After filing a complaint with Housing and Urban Development due to the lack of Latino representation within the complex, I was instructed to file a complaint with my local police department. I did, with Officer Spriggs, and what resulted was our president of the HOA receiving a pat in the back, an increase of dues of $70, an assessment in August of last year for $300, and an assessment of $850 on December 15th, 10 days before Christmas. Well, Officer Prigg, this was after that inefficient investigation by Officer Spriggs. He never contacted code enforcement to find out how many times I have called where we have had the pool shut down because it's a danger to the children and to the community, and more recently in January because we had 11 different areas with exposed wiring. Now, Lindsay has a special relationship with law enforcement, and I'm glad the police chief is here because hopefully he'll go home and he'll put on his little uniform and go down there and find out and arrest her for endangering Bruno, because the evidence is there. And hopefully he can find out why this woman benefits from privilege from his department. Her father being a millionaire, living in Diamond Ranch, buying a shack for her here, putting his daughter that's a danger to me, the children, and the community because she has harassed several of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go down there and handcuff her.
Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Ronnie Murphy. I'm the president of the Elks Lodge in San Bernardino. I've been here since 1965. I graduated from San Bernardino High School in '69. I'm a Mason and Elk Indian Legion, but I've been having problems at the Elks Lodge with the city. I put complaints in. I've been grandfathered in. They shipped me down from the farmer's market. I feel like I'm being discriminated against. We came to a proposal, and the city haven't got back with me yet. We go to court in 9 days in trial, and I'm really tired of the fight. And I have spoke to several members on the city council and thought this would be resolved. They tell me they get back with me, but nobody has, and it's been a while. And I don't know what the issue is or why they won't get back. And I appreciate some type of response. At least give me the courtesy of that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, Dolores Armstead. It was interesting at the last meeting that due to former employee Whitehorn informing you and the public regarding the former CM's plans for further corruption of the city finances, you were forced to fire the CM. We, the public, have told you, the mayor and the left side of the dais, the day you hired him, how corrupt he was, how bad choice he was for the city. All you had to do was Google it. We told you that. But that's the one you hired anyway. And why did the mayor and left side hire the worst candidate in the list? Probably to take care of themselves. We can only pray that you listen to your residents for the next choice, and it's a top candidate, not the worst that you could find. Regarding the state of the city and election campaign meeting held May 30th, the whole event was illegal and against the Brown Act. If Councilmember Calvin had not attended it, it would have been a free-for-all election event for Trans and Sanchez. The state of the city is supposed to be a free event for citizens, but the mayor sold tickets and had sponsors through her campaign website, which is illegal under the Brown Act. City employees were working, illegal under the Brown Act. Also, there were residents that wanted to make public comments, but were locked out of the event. We know this because City Attorney Thomas Rice yelled at Treasurer Ortiz and stated that non-paying residents would not be allowed in until 5:50. The left side of the dais should be thankful for Councilmember Calvin attending the meeting and making it a regular public meeting. Those who did not purchase tickets were delegated to the peanut gallery at the back of the meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, we all got animal crackers for sitting in the back of the meeting. It was disgusting also to hear the mayor call out council member-elect for the 6th Ward her puppet. She made a big deal to make sure that you knew her puppet was there. Never have we heard such disrespect at a city function. And it's our tax dollars that paid for this. I have sent a complaint and a request for investigation to the Secretary of State and the FPPC. People, watch who you elect, because you got this left side of the dais that they just can't help themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Council. My name is Georgia. I want to thank the acting city manager for responding to our concerns. I think that's the first time I've heard that happen, and I appreciate it. But I do want to state that the comment regarding the request for fosters and adopters is a waste of time. It's just for marketing. At the State of the City address, I listened to you celebrate the launch of the mobile clinic that hasn't even inserted a single microchip in our community. When will these services ever start? When will we hire a veterinarian? We are still waiting for the vouchers, despite my recommendation to sponsor the PAW mission to spay and neuter using the UC Davis grant we received in January. Nothing has come to fruition. The suffering and killing of our animals for space continues, and it's going to continue because we don't have temporary kennels. This is alarming to hear. We're in so much trouble. We are not in a better situation. In fact, it's worse. There is talk that longtime volunteers are being punished and losing access just as they did under Macomber's control. We dread the end of the month when the partnership takes effect and our numbers double at a minimum, since we are also contracted to take their owner surrenders. When will we see expanded hours? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, at the end of the month. You did say that, Jeff. We received no updates, and the practical discontinuation of the commission leaves us all in the dark. Aligned with key strategic target number 3, improving the quality of life. Where's the quality of life for us? Many of us are emotionally, physically, and financially burdened due to the neglect and absence of our Animal Services Department. It's time to acknowledge the impact this is having on our community and not the lies we are all being told. Please, for help over the years, do not help for foster and adopt. The recent eviction of the Lions Foundation Intervention Program from their office to the lobby is disgraceful. These dedicated individuals are a vital safety net, working tirelessly for our community. Their generous commitment of $1 million is met with betrayal. We must hold those responsible accountable and return the foundation to an office. We are in a state of crisis. The resources granted to our community are not being utilized effectively, leaving us feeling abandoned and hopeless. We need competent and compassionate individuals leading our Animal Services Department, committed to integrity, transparency, and honesty. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to pause for a moment as we are at 9:05 p.m. and in accordance with Resolution 2024-029, we must take a vote to extend the meeting beyond 10 p.m. and decide which items will be continued to the next regular meeting. I know after this is really public comments is going to consent. There's no other discussion or public hearings, correct?
I believe you have 7 comments left, so that could be about another 20 minutes. And then I don't know if you'll want some responses to those comments, and then I'll let the city manager speak to the remaining items, and if you need to take any items. And the one absolute item the city clerk references is item 10, the general election.
That's on the consent?
Consent, and
yes.
that's for
So
the notice and call.
I believe it's all consent after the public comment, correct? Or that is? Okay, so that should go fairly quick.
And items 32 and 33 are fine to continue to the next item, or next meeting. Mm-hmm.
We'll go ahead and continue public comments and then go from there. Okay, thank you. Please continue. State your name.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name's Ray Blum. I live in the 5th Ward. I've been a resident of San Bernardino my entire life. I've lived in the 5th Ward the last 20 years. My property address is 6984 Little League Drive. And I'm here to speak on item 27, which is GFR's track final approval, as well as a consent item tied to that. I want to share with you the history of what's led up to this. So up until April, I was in direct negotiations with GFR representatives about acquiring a portion of my land for an easement for city right-of-way. And I hadn't heard from them. And on May 16th, I've got a call from a city staff, Mr. Azam, telling me that there was a claim that my fence line that's been sitting there for 50 years is now on GFR property and they were going to be bulldozing it. I asked for time to be able to substantiate this and work with staff and my consultants. I had a survey done in 2023. I responded on May 16th with an email when I got that call. I met on May 28th with Mrs. Clayton, Mr. Morrell, Mr. Azam, GFR representatives. Barbara Sky, our VNA president, was also there, as well as my wife, myself, and one of my consultants. It was agreed that day that they would give me 2 weeks to further investigate if these claims were true and accurate. This is, again, a property line that's been established for 50 years with the fence. I've lived there for the last 6 years. And I'm asking for 2 weeks to substantiate some things. To determine the accuracy. So that would put us to June 11th. My surveyor is coming out this week. I had a survey done last year. He's coming out this week to substantiate some claims and measurements. I've also reached out to my title insurance company from when I bought the property, and they're conducting an investigation. In addition to that, I'm seeking legal counsel on my legal options, not only for this dispute, for things that have happened to me and my property through this development over the last 3 years. I was contacted today in writing by Ms. Clayton, Mr. Morrell, and Councilman Reynoso, assuring me that this item would be pulled from both consent and from the agenda to give me time to substantiate this until June 11th, as we agreed in that meeting. And so I'm asking that, property rights are foundational to our American Constitution, and what we do is imperative not only for me, but for every other property owner up there in Vermont that these property lines will affect. These surveys affect not only my property. So I'm asking you guys to not approve this final item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Christian Flores. I'm a community organizer with Inland Congregations United for Change, the Just San Bernardino Collaborative, and the Inland Regional Housing Justice Coalition. And though I also agree with some of the points that former Councilmember Jim Mulvihill had brought up during his public comment, the main reason that I'm here today is to support Ms. Gina Morales, who came to give a public comment in regards to some of the issues that she's been experiencing at her condo complex. And just to fill in some additional details, because as you are aware, I in the past have geared my focus in housing organizing with tenants and mobile home residents. So I am currently in the process of learning how things go down at condominiums for those homeowners that currently reside there, as well as for tenants who are subletting there. So bear with me in that capacity. But something that also hadn't been mentioned is that at that particular complex, for the particular dog breed that the lady who is causing issues and conflicts on site, the German Shepherd is not one of the breeds that is currently allowed to be insured for those spaces. In addition, just to, I guess, expand on what she had brought up in regards to the assessment fees, because I think it wasn't necessarily explained clearly, is that in response to her attempt to try and make that condominium complex better by highlighting and seeking accountability for somebody that was causing harm and putting youth and children and their families at danger and at risk on that site. What ended up happening is, as a result, everybody that lives on that site was hit with HOA fees, so those assessment fees, and that's why it was important that she brought up that it was right before the holidays when everybody's generally strapped for cash. So just trying to provide support for a community member and a resident who I came in contact with as a result of a listening session around housing issues and things that they feel aren't just and they're dealing with on site. So for somebody that tried to make their community better to be hit with fees as a result, and not only her, but everybody else living on that complex that's already dealing with issues and struggling, with housing rates and everything as they are, it sucks. But I'm learning and navigating, and so will the rest of you as we do this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Lydia Savala, and I'm here to discuss animal services. I read in the Sun, in our local Sun newspaper, dated March 20th of 24, the quote is, "In March, the city rolled out a mobile veterinary clinic supported by a $1.1 million grant from the San Manuel Band of Indians to provide vaccination, spay and neuter, and microchipping services at various parks and community centers in the city." This implies the mobile unit is operational for the purpose intended, to provide low-cost spay-neuter to the community, and that community means the Reuben Compost Center, it means Lytle Creek Park, Rudy Hernandez, but you do not need a $1.1 million vehicle to dispense microchips and vaccines. That can be done with a $50 card table. The fact is, you still don't have a veterinarian, so we have this mobile unit, which is like having a plane without a pilot. Rollout is defined as the act of making something, especially a service, available for the first time. Deployed means that it's being used in an effective way. How can you suggest that the mobile unit is being used in an effective way if we don't have a veterinarian? We're never going to, we've already gone beyond the deadline of April 30th. And the restricted grant agreement with San Manuel, attachment A stating goals, objectives, and outcomes and evaluation, states specifically that the city is to deploy the mobile unit within 30 years into the community for the purpose of spay-neuter, not for the purpose of microchips and vaccines. Those vaccines can be done by anyone. The only vaccine by law that must be done by a licensed veterinarian is rabies. Now we have this foster program, which just roils me, because you have young, innocent women doing their best to pick up puppies and dogs that are dumped on Cajon Boulevard, and they're doing their best, but they're not knowledgeable. These puppies come, they get parvo. I share fluid bags with them. I share my resources with them because they don't have the money. And it's not the responsibility of your constituents to subsidize or compensate for the shortcomings of a well-funded program that's not shared with the community. They don't live in the world of alternate reality. So please hire that veterinarian so that we can reduce the pet overpopulation. There's no other way.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Al Palazzo. Mayor, city council members, I want to be city manager. I would like to share my ideas for rebuilding San Bernardino. I can explain who will pay for the rebuilding. It will not be the city. It will be the private sector. I will wear two hats, city manager and economic development director. Both positions now pay roughly $1.5 million. I will not accept more than $150,000. The $350,000 you save will be a full-time staff position for each council member and the mayor. This will assist you in doing your job, returning calls, and dealing with the people of the city who have problems. I will need a few hours a week from each of these staff to help me in messaging the vision, the ideas to rebuild San Bernardino to the residents and the business community. I will create economic opportunities. This will improve the quality of life for the residents and local businesses, especially small businesses that I will help expand. This will create jobs, keep our Cal University graduates. I will explain how the city can create the conditions to motivate the private sector to invest in San Bernardino. I will explain how affordable housing can be built, who will be the builders, young people who know the construction trades, who will be the beneficiaries, the builders, along with university graduates staying and being able to afford housing. This also will raise the standard of living of thousands of people currently living in San Bernardino. Also, this will expand your tax base and give you the revenues to solve the city problems. I know you probably have already made up your mind, but if you would do the people of San Bernardino a favor and let me explain the ideas I have, you would be amazed, because I've been trying for 50 years to put these ideas out here. It took me 10 years to develop them. Through my education and training, evaluating development for 35 years in the 7 cities in the western portion of the county. I don't have enough time to explain more.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, is that all?
The last speakers are Ricky Van Johnson and Terry Boykins. I'm not sure if they're still here.
Don't see them here, so we will end public comment at this time. Madam City Attorney, there has been some comments made by the public alleging that there has been illegal activity conducted by the city. Could you please clarify and respond to that, please?
So Mayor, I just took notes on a couple of things. One of the things I wanted to respond to and make sure that, that members of the council recall, and also members of the public, that with respect to the Elk Lodge lawsuit, the operator had requested to host 30-plus large-scale special events on the property. We discussed this with council in closed session. We offered to you what the offer was that was made to us by the group and the attorneys. But because of traffic and safety concerns and impacts that these events have on neighboring commercial properties and customer parking lots, the council directed us to proceed with the litigation. So I'm not able to speak personally to the speaker who came here tonight because he's represented by legal counsel, but I did want to make sure that you and the public know that we have made efforts to communicate and that unfortunately the council's not in a position to approve these uses. We did check the CRM and found that there were complaints in that process because of the events that were occurring on the property. And both our Public Works Department and our Police Department had some safety issues because those events were attracting hundreds of people that were crowding those areas and running across the street and whatnot. On the topic of the Brown Act and the state of the city, I just want to say that it was my understanding that everyone who attended the public meeting and who wanted to speak was afforded the opportunity to speak. As I am told, I wasn't there personally. I had worked closely with staff to ensure compliance with the law because in the middle of our planning, that Attorney General opinion had come out, and it actually impacted numerous cities. Many cities were planning their state of the city events, and many people had to pivot. Staff was prepared to host a special meeting. Actually, we had discussed holding that special meeting right here in these chambers, as we call them, and then we were going to adjourn to the venue. We had a full plan to do that. However, even after asking for RSVPs from the council members, we had been told no, 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 that certain members were not going to attend the event, and so we didn't have a quorum. It was only after people had asked us about this issue and that we had responded to say that we did not have a quorum, and as a result, we did not have to have a special meeting, that we suddenly received a response from one council member who had previously said they would not attend the event and did not want to attend the event. So what happened is that we had to pivot again because we had to decide how are we going to accommodate the special meeting as legally required. So it did seem to create some challenges, but the city clerk noticed the meeting properly, identified the specific room in which the event was going to occur, and I am told, again, I was not there, but I am told that staff had also made arrangements for overflow for up to 40 individuals to attend the event. So paying members and non-paying members all got to attend the event. Again, hopefully in the future, now that we have this AG opinion and we've learned from this event, we'll make sure that some of those kinks don't occur again. But there was never any intent to deprive anyone of the right to be there. In fact, we made and pivoted and made accommodations for them. I just want to also briefly respond to some comments on the issue that was raised with respect to involvement with the stifle letter and the PRA request, just very briefly. I just wanted to tell the council that just because someone says something doesn't mean it's true. I want to look you in the eye and tell you a couple things. I never, ever attended a single meeting involving the financing or the proposed financing of the City Hall set. Didn't attend those meetings. I didn't attend Zoom meetings. Someone might have evidence that I was added to a calendar invite, but that doesn't mean I attended. Up until this morning, I was told, I have evidence of it, I'd be happy to produce it to you, my bosses, that the stifle letter had never been signed. When a Public Records Act request is made, even when they're made about all of you, we ask you in good faith to give us the documents. I work with the city clerk very closely. We review what is produced to us and what people tell us. I don't go grab your personal phones or say I want to see your personal email, even at times when I might have suspected that some of you did not turn over everything you were supposed to. That is not what we do. That's not how the process works. Now, if that's something you want us to start doing, becoming the police and be demanding of everything, we can do that. But I'm just telling you that's not the practice. I don't think that's our rules to do that. So up until this morning, there are individuals in this city who were told in person and in writing that that letter had not been signed. I don't know what more to tell you about that. That's what we were told. And then finally, just on a personal level, I want you to understand, the public to understand, that Ms. Ortiz comes here as a council candidate and makes very strong and defaming comments about some of us. You're elected officials, and I hate to tell you, you have a very high standard. I'm a public official. I have a high standard, lower than yours. But the one thing that she cannot continue to do is to knowingly and maliciously make false statements in this chamber. And so I'm putting everyone on notice that here's the truth. And if it's said again, then it will be knowingly made in a false manner. BBK does not work on every single lawsuit that the city faces. In fact, most of the political type lawsuits that the city faces, we don't touch. We deem that to be a potential conflict of interest and has been all gone out to special counsel. We do handle matters. We're handling the homeless case, and we handle some of your code enforcement matters, but we don't handle, as was said tonight, every single lawsuit that this city faces. As I mentioned, she said that I attended meetings. I did not attend those meetings. I was not in those meetings, and I had no idea that there was a stifle signed letter. I am always happy to discuss with you our performance, what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. But I think if we truly want to work together in unity, as I remember our pastor said at the very beginning of this meeting, to better our community, then we have to be able to have truth. And sometimes we're not going to agree. I have no problem with people coming up and saying bad things about me. If they're true or if they're those opinions, I have no problem doing that. But when people come forward and state as fact lies, then I will respond to them, and I'll respond on your behalf. Final thing I wanted to say is that we have reviewed the State of the City flyers that went out. Flyers were prepared by the city. I understand that, Mayor, that you had distributed those through your social media on your campaign site. We looked into that. That is not a violation. It would be a violation if the city had produced those at city cost specifically for your campaign. But once a public document is created, it can be used by any of you so long as you're not using city resources to do that. So if anyone wants to file claims, I'm happy to and I'm also, just let me say this, I'm happy to talk to people who don't fully understand the law. Like, we are happy to just explain it, because I know people I don't believe that every person that comes up here to speak means to be mean or wants to go after people. Maybe they just have a misunderstanding of the law. But the Brown Act does not govern anything that has to do with campaigns. So I heard statements tonight about we're in violation of the Brown Act because that's not true. The Fair Political Practices Commission is the place you go if you have issues with conflicts of interest or campaigns. So again, having said all that, I'm happy to respond to any questions you might have, but I think what we will continue to do is just make sure you're getting good information and the facts.
Thank you, and I appreciate you responding to the comments made, because we do work with you to make sure that we are doing things that are within our confines as, the laws or regulations. And so we're very mindful of that, but I also understand in the past that has caused a lot of concerns prior to us.
And I'm sorry, one thing that wasn't said tonight, but now that you've got me on this rant, we had speakers come forward before with respect to some of our employees and made comments about our employees and their appointments and how much money they were making. We do not have any employee that was appointed to a new position in this city that was given a $90,000 raise. That has been said by the public. It's even been said by some of you on the dais. I looked into that, and I was again informed, unless people are not telling me the truth, that there was a raise with that appointment in the range of about $25,000 to $30,000, but it was not $90,000. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the public comments. We will now move forward to the consent item calendar, items 8 to 29. We received a memo from staff correcting the date on recommendation number 6 on item number 9, and we received a memo from staff regarding supplemental information for items number 11 and 14. Is that correct? Just want to make sure.
That is correct. They're emailed to you, they were printed for you, they were posted online, so they're available for public review.
Thank you. Thank you for confirming that. And Ms. City Manager, do you have any comments before we proceed with any polls?
I was hopeful that we would be able to pull item number 27 to give the opportunity to respond to the public comment that was made earlier. And I do have the developer here that we would like to just at least respond to that public comment if we could have that item pulled to discuss, and that's normally a city council action. So
to pull an item for the for discussion.
Just for discussion, yes, for discussion, yes, just for discussion.
Okay,
in order to answer, yes.
Thank you, appreciate that. Council members, do you have any other polls other than 27 for discussion? Councilmember Ibarra?
I'd like to pull number 8 for separate vote.
I'm sorry, what number?
Number 8.
Number 8, okay. Councilmember Figueroa?
Number 10.
10. Mayor Protem? None. Councilmember Calvin?
None.
Councilmember Alexander?
None.
Councilmember Sanchez, did you have?
We're just pulling 27 from consent, not from the agenda, right?
Correct, just
Okay.
for discussion.
No polls.
Okay.
Move the balance.
Thank you. Can we
Second.
call for the votes to move the balance?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes for consent.
Thank you. Can we start with item number 8? Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes, on this one, I like some of the information that we shared about what the efforts our animal shelters doing this month here in our city to get pets adopted. I also want to encourage staff to look into doing these type of events at the cities that we're contracting with. Because this is where we're all going to come in together and do the same efforts to adopt those pets. My concern is having these contracts and not having the staffing, and now we're going from 40 that are currently employed in that department to 71 on our budget. It's quite a bit of money. We're having difficulty, as it was mentioned, in hiring even veterinarians to work with us. And I don't know if Ms. Chris can address the issue of the salary that's being offered right now for veterinarians, why it's at a lower, I think I know why, but if you can share that publicly, that'd be great.
Yes, I would like to ask Chris to answer some of those questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. So yes, we do have, so the staff is already brought on, so we're in the process of hiring. I think the last few staff members are coming on and being trained in anticipation for the new services starting on July 1. We do have 4 RVTs. We have 3 RVTs on staff as well as 4 vet assistants. The difficulty in hiring veterinarians is not just something that's local, it is nationwide. I actually missed the last council meeting because I was at the Humane Society of the U.S. conference in San Antonio, specifically to discuss the veterinary shortage and how that is affecting shelters nationwide. In California, about 60% of animal shelters have vacant vet positions that they've been unable to fill. The city of Fresno is one of them. I just sent our HR department some information on the salary range. They are offering up to $250,000 a year, and they're still not able to fill it. And so it is a complex issue. It doesn't just have to do with salary. Shelter medicine is a specialty within vet services. The students do graduate vet colleges with a significant amount of debt. And shelter medicine is again, something that they have to choose to study, and it is a relatively new field. It's only been offered at vet schools for about the last 10 years. So finding a vet is difficult. There are few schools throughout the U.S. There are only 2 schools in California, Western University and UC Davis. Due to the vet shortage, they've started increasing the number of class sizes, but we won't feel that for a few more years. We are looking at all options, including I've been talking to HR about potentially looking at some innovative programs where we are bringing people in from other countries, but there are some complex issues surrounding that, but that is something that I broach those conversations. Additionally, instead of hiring like a full-time staff vet, we've been offering per diem positions, in order to bring vets out to specifically do spay neuter or work in the shelter for a day here or a day there, instead of bringing on a full-time vet. That is the type of position that a lot of vets are looking at because it's more flexible. If they want to work 1 or 2 days a month and get paid for that, then that's what they do. And a lot of these vets go from place to place and just work a day here or a day there and flex and take the rest of the time on their own. They don't have the worry about like having to manage a practice or staff or anything else. They come in to do a bunch of surgeries and then leave. And we do have some interest after I attended the conference and met some vets. We have some interest in that type of a position. But in our area in particular, we've discussed this, veterinary services, there are few vets in our area. We lost a vet in the area recently, and a lot of the veterinary, the private veterinary practices have also lost veterinarians. So they may have had a couple of years ago, they may have had 3 vets in their practice, and now they're down to 1. And so that's been a challenge for us in finding vets that are able to accommodate the voucher program for us. The PAW mission has been wonderful. They've been coming out to the shelter and doing surgeries for us at least once a week. We have been balancing staff or public coming in versus animals that we've had at the shelter that have been adopted and need to be spayed and neutered. So those are challenges that are significant. Again, it's not just us. This is throughout the state of California and even nationwide. And so I want to assure all of you that we are working to try and solve that issue. We know it's a significant problem, and we are working actively to try and combat that and look at creative ways to solve that issue and bring people in so that we can serve the public. Trust me, I want to use our mobile spay neuter unit. I want to see that at our parks and community centers in our city and then as well as our partner cities. But until we have a vet, all we can really offer are the microchips and vaccines, and San Manuel is aware of that.
Okay, so that amount Could it be maybe a little bit higher then? That way we can encourage other vets to help out instead of just one that comes in per diem. It'd be nice to have more than one vet available. They can switch around dates of the week. But yeah, I was questions like, why did the amount go less? Like, was it a part-time position, a student? So thank you for clarifying.
Yes, absolutely. And then as far as the construction, we are working on that. We have a couple of different locations that we're going to be utilizing until the construction work is finished. We are aware of the additional animals coming in, and we're looking forward to more adoption events, both in our city and as well as the partner cities. We also have some PSAs that we're going to be rolling out to our communities online, and we recorded them last week with IEMG, and so we're looking forward to putting those out on social media and sharing them with all of you.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion.
One other question.
Oh, Councilmember Alexander.
Thank you. Sorry. I see that the estimated salaries of the shelter staff is going to cost us $2,794,567. How is that going to be broken down with, we're not sharing that, we're not bearing that cost alone, are we?
No, we are not. That is shared with the other cities. All of these positions benefit all of the animals in the shelter, including ours. Each of the cities are sharing in that cost based on their percentage of use. We looked at the number of animals each city brought in and determined their percentage that they would bear for that cost. This is just an estimate, though. Keep in mind that that number may be much lower because this estimate is based on every single position coming in at the top step of salary plus all of the benefits. So we know that that's not going to be the case. The number will be lower, and each of the cities is going to be based on their billed quarterly based on their actual expenses and their share.
So the partner cities being Fontana, Rialto, Colton, Grand Terrace, and Loma Linda.
Yes.
They're each going to bear a portion of that.
Yes. Yeah, Fontana is the highest at 24%.
And then Rialto at 14%, Colton at 7%, Grand Terrace at 1%, and then Loma Linda at 0.5%.
Yeah, Loma Linda and Grand Terrace only bring in about 150 animals per year between the two of them. So they don't have a significant impact on intake and the animals at the shelter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, I did hear a motion on the floor.
Second.
There's a second. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Kelvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. Next item pulled, number 10, Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, I'm not opposed to this. We have to approve this, obviously, but what I wanted to do is introduce the conversation that we could potentially, if not for this election cycle, perhaps for the next election cycle, is to ask the candidates to do what we ask commissioners to do, and that's to fill out an application when they submit to run for office. So, you know, when commissioners, they have to fill out, it's like 3 pages worth of information, work history, how long they lived in the city. But we, of course, would curtail it to candidates, to add that and include that into the packet as well. And again, it might not be for this election cycle, but perhaps a future election cycle. So that could be, like I was saying.
Like a resume? I can check with our attorneys
If we're able to do that. Again, I'm not asking for us to do anything that we don't ask commissioners to do already.
It's a little bit different because they're being elected, but they do submit a declaration of candidacy, and if they choose to obtain a ballot designation, they have to fill out the form and provide backup to support the ballot designation that they're choosing.
Okay, that was all.
Okay, thank you.
Move to approve.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Reynoso? I'm sorry, it's late. Councilmember Kelvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. And finally, the next item is item number 27.
Thank you. I wanted the opportunity to address some of the public comments and give the developer an opportunity to come up and address as well. But first, I wanted to start off with saying that I did reach out to Mr. Bloom. I reached out to the developer, GFR. I asked that we all meet and talk about the dispute about the property line and felt that we came to resolution in that the developer agreed if it was determined that they were encroaching on the property owner's property, that they would adjust and agree to that amount that needs to be adjusted, and vice versa. The property owner agreed that if it was determined that they were encroaching on the developer's property, that they would agree on what the final determination was. So I was at a place that I felt we were all in agreement. I know that the developer is willing to, once we have the final determination on the accurate lot line, to make adjustments in the respective plans. So I would like to invite the developer up to speak to that, unless you have any other questions that you would like of staff before then.
Well, I think I'd like to answer the question first, I think. What I think I heard you say is that this is going to be continued to the 11th for determination. And that's not what I thought we were really talking about here tonight.
So I understood that the recorded maps are what the recorded maps are. And what the property owner is disputing is that he has another map with a different lot line. However, what was provided was not recorded. So the official record is the recorded map, and we were proceeding based on that. But in an effort to accommodate the property owner, the developer had agreed to make some adjustments to accommodate what he felt was being infringed on.
Okay, so GFR can answer this question.
Correct.
So I guess if are they willing to wait until the 11th until it's been determined? And I don't think there are. And I know this has been going on for over 2 weeks, much more than 2 weeks. And the city manager, and not the present acting city manager, should have never stepped in on this process. Should have never stopped it.
I agree. I was hopeful to just come to resolution and not take anything further. And I do apologize for delaying this. And again, this is the recorded document, so we have no reason that I have that has been presented to me to stop this from proceeding.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Ed Bondeman. I'm a licensed land surveyor. I work for Joseph E. Bondeman and Associates here in San Bernardino, 234 North Arrowhead here in San Bernardino. I prepared the final track map that's on your consent calendar tonight. I want to thank staff in Wildan for checking it. There's really not a property line dispute. I understand Mr. Bloom was concerned about something. There is actually nothing to be concerned about. The tract has been surveyed by me, by Bob Dawson, by his surveyor, David Stone. All of us agree on the property line. The only thing there that's happening is he has a 5-foot chain link fence that's encroaching onto your right-of-way into Ohio Avenue. That's it. So his concern is completely unfounded. There's no evidence for it. Like I said, there's 3 licensed surveyors who we all agree. My map is recorded. Dave Stone's map is the one that he was hired by Mr. Bloom. His map agrees completely with my map. So it would be my recommendation that you would move to approve item 27 and be comfortable that there is no conflict. Okay?
Mayor, if I can.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes, so we have 3 surveys. They all indicate that the line is where it is. The developer was willing to wait out until I don't know, up until now, to come up with a final resolution. The finding of fact shows that the developer, the track map that we would approve tonight is supported by the law and the rights we have under the survey map. So I cannot believe why we would delay this if all the finding of fact are consistent and they all show that the developer has the right to build out according to this track map. I have no idea why this council would have any pause or deny the track map. So I will move to approve the track map as presented.
There's a motion and a second.
Yeah, I got a question.
Councilmember Alexander?
Yeah, thanks. Who paid for all those surveys?
Sir, if you're referring whether I would do something incorrectly.
I didn't ask you that. I just asked you who paid for the surveys.
Well,
Did GFR pay for the surveys?
The survey I did there was paid by GFR.
And the other two surveys were paid by who?
Well, the survey in 2003 that was unrecorded was done by Dave Stone. I do not know who paid him.
Okay.
And the survey done by Bob Dawson was also paid by GFR Homes.
So no survey was paid for by Mr. What was the subject that brought it up?
Mr. Bloom, the property owner.
No survey was paid by you.
No, he paid. Well, I can answer that.
Well, that's what I asked.
Well, okay, I will let him answer.
That's what I asked. No, I just want to know who paid for the surveys.
So I hired Mr. Stone in 2023. Mr. Stone is scheduled to come out this Saturday to verify, and that's where we agreed to the 11th to give me this time for verifications of markers. There was barely plans given to me on the changes as of last week at the meeting with the city staff present. So we're just trying to substantiate what's legal and right. We've asked, and staff agreed, GFR agreed to give us 2 weeks at that meeting. I've got emails going back and forth. So all I'm saying is to wait another 5 to 6 days, allow me to substantiate this, allow my title company to substantiate this, because again, there have been discrepancies on survey lines, and then we're unburying markers. There was a marker that was paved over that my surveyor has not had a chance to measure from. I believe that's been uncovered, and we're going to verify that this week.
Not true. Listen, I appreciate it. I'm just telling you, I've done this my whole life. 3 licensed surveyors agreed that the line is where it is. You knew where the line was in 2003 based on the data I was given.
I wasn't even there in 2003.
There's no evidence. There's no evidence that it's anywhere. This is the strangest thing. I've never seen anything like this, where you have a map. I've got a record of survey. His surveyor used my record of survey and my monuments that I set, and they're identical. So I'm just telling you, I'm trying to help the council and the mayor make a good decision, and I want you to be comfortable that the track map that you're going to approve, all the boundary lines are exactly where they're supposed to be. It's also been checked to make you comfortable by the county surveyor. I recorded a record of survey before this track map, and this track map has the identical boundaries. So it hasn't only been checked by Wildan and your staff, it's also been checked by San Bernardino County surveyors. So I just want you to be comfortable with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a motion and second by council. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with Councilmember Calvin voting in opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And just to let you know, as a licensed surveyor, it doesn't matter who pays me. The line goes.
Thank you.
Because I protect the public. So that sort of was a hurtful comment. Thank you.
Thank you. The item has been approved. Thank you so much. That concludes the consent items. We are now moving on to the mayor and city council updates. Councilmember Sanchez?
Did we vote to continue the 2 items?
Actually, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We do have 2 more items on the, are we going to, council, I need your votes to either want to continue the items or we can
I would
move
like
it.
to proceed tonight. I will make a motion to proceed tonight with the 2 remaining items.
Okay.
I want to proceed with the last 2
Okay.
items.
There's a motion to continue the meeting
Second.
to go through the 2 items. There's a second. Call for the votes. Because there's 2 items left under discussion. There's 32 and 33.
Councilmember Sanchez?
And this is to finish these tonight.
Extend the meeting and
Yes.
continue with the discussion items. Councilmember Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Calvin?
Jeez, yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. Item 32, adopt resolution establishing the Homeless Initiative Ad Hoc Subcommittee. Can I have staff provide a presentation or information regarding this?
Sorry, I apologize. I just learned that the staff members that were here for item number 33 thought it was going to be continued, so they went home. But I think that we can present just I can present myself with.
For 32 or?
For 33. For 33.
We're going to start with 32.
Yes, we're starting at 32. I just wanted to say
Okay,
that's why I was
gotcha.
distracted,
Okay,
so to let
thank
you know. Okay, I apologize. So, Mayor, members of the council, this is an item that staff is bringing forward for your consideration that I initiated as a result of all of the issues surrounding homeless and the initiatives that the city is taking to move forward to address both long-term and short-term issues with homeless. We have a large project coming up with the Navigation Center. We have a partnership with the Lutheran Services, but we also have many other additional needs, immediate needs at this time. I have found that ad hoc subcommittees for a specific purpose have been very helpful towards the overall goal in vetting certain things through the committees. It also gives the opportunity for the community members. We have a lot of community organizations that are resources to the city to assist with the problems that we're facing currently, the severe impacts that the city is facing with homeless. And it gives them a venue also to come and offer their resources and input to the committee, vet things through the committee, and then address certain things that are brought if there are members of the council that are interested in such. Vetting it and then bringing it forward with a regular report to council and but again, before taking the items to council to go forward. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes, before this council approves this, I mean, one important facet of this is who the mayor would appoint to this committee. So before the council votes yay or nay, I think it'd be important for us to know who the mayor intends to put on this commission.
Well, this council has the ability to either accept what the mayor appoints or not accept what the mayor appoints. That's what we do. You don't have to know in advance.
Yeah, I mean, no, it'd be important right now. You would have the ability, Mayor, to appoint those commissioners as soon as we approve this ad hoc committee. So I would like for an air of transparency, for the public out there. Council members. Who did I say?
Commissioners.
Sorry, council members.
I'd like to, if we establish this, be able to sit down with the council members and talk about who should be appointed to this. So not making a decision tonight, but being able to have some time to talk to council about that.
Well, this would be the appropriate time to do that. This, right now, people should know, I mean, homelessness is one of the biggest priorities we have in our city. This is an important commission that's supposed to carry out a lot of the work.
So remember, your charter is very, very peculiar in how it works in terms of appointing ad hoc committees. Because in a normal general law city and some other charter cities, a mayor can appoint an ad hoc committee anytime he or she wants. They're just allowed to do that. Your charter actually requires you to get the consent of the council. And in doing so, the reason for that is for them to identify who those members will be.
I'm not ready to make that decision right now.
Okay, then
so
you might
that's
want to
why
continue.
I'd like to spend some time with council to discuss.
In that
if
case,
there's
I would
interest.
move to continue this item until it's clear. It's important. It's important that we know this. I mean, this is critically important information.
I think
we're often asked to make decisions with not all the story
Understood,
told.
but if there was an say I make a decision, it would have to come back to council.
Yeah.
Correct.
No. If we're going to create this, if this council is being asked to create this ad hoc committee, I think it'd be important and it'd be prudent to this council to know who you intend to put on that subcommittee.
Understood.
So I would move to continue this item. How much time do you need, Mayor, to decide?
I think it's helpful to get the city council's input as to whether you have interest to be on the on this commission, I'm sorry, a committee or not. I think that's
Yes,
helpful to see if there's interest.
I do as well. Councilmember Ibarra and myself, well, we represent the whole city, but we were elected by a district that has the number 1 and number 2 largest homeless populations in the city. And I think it should be staffed by, those positions should be filled by council members that are going to be here during the entire term or the life expectancy of this ad hoc committee. I know that it's outlined here, this committee would last until when? This ad hoc committee would last until when?
1 year through May 31st of next year if it's established immediately, but 1 year.
And solely for continuity. I mean, we're going to be discussing things where these projects will be discussed. I mean, this committee is going to last past the term of council members from the 5th, 6th, and 7th district. I do think that we should keep it within, we should keep it staffed by council members that are going to be here for the life of the ad hoc committee.
Well, I think it should be staffed by those who have the more expertise in it. And since I sit on continuum of care, on a couple of committees on a continuum of care, and have been since I've been here, being a part of that will bring valuable knowledge and expertise to this committee as long until my term expires in December. I mean, you just be on the committee just to be on the committee because your term is there does not bring anything to the committee.
It doesn't bring anything if you're not going to be here in January when the committee's still
Yeah, but I
conducting
still have
business.
6 months and expertise more than you do sitting on a continuum of care and dealing with the homeless problem a lot more intricate. But then again, you know, I'm not here to argue back and forth about what I know about the unsheltered and you do. So, you know, go ahead, put it out for a vote and we'll see where it flies.
I don't know, Mayor, are you still unsure where, if you want to make a decision tonight?
I'm not ready to make a decision
Okay, then
tonight.
I will move to continue this item to first regularly scheduled meeting next month.
Second.
And I just want to say that besides the continuum of care meeting, we also have ICH meetings, regional board meetings, oversight committees, and that is something that I have been heavily involved in within the last year and a half. So there's a lot going on with our homeless population that's affecting our city. And yes, I agree, whoever has the most experience should be there, but I think it's good that other council members are also involved in what's going on in the city as a whole with our homeless population. It affects all of us.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilmember Sanchez? Yes. Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion to continue passes.
Next item is number 33. Facade Improvement Grant Program, Paintbrush Program.
I move
Madam
to
City
approve.
Manager?
Thank
Second.
you.
There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Figueroa? Followed by Councilman Calvin.
Thank you. This is a great program. I'll try to be as quick as possible here. This is certainly a really great program. I'm not sure who is going to present tonight, but please let them know. Thank you. Is this similar to, I think we've done in the past, the CDBG paintbrush program? Is this modeled after that? Is this similar to that? And if somebody has applied for that, would that disqualify them, or could they use these funds together?
No, my understanding, I'm not intimately familiar with the CDBG program, but my understanding, if they've received any funds related to facade improvement in the past, they're ineligible for funding this round.
They would be ineligible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because from my understanding, reading the backup, it's if they received ARPA funds in the first or second round, they would be ineligible, but they would be eligible to receive it if they received some other funds like that.
And I think that might be correct, and we'll get clarification, but because CDBG is a different program, I would have to look into the specifics on this program, but
I would still be supportive of it. I think the ultimate goal here is to beautify the city.
Right.
And that's what this program, the intention is here. The other concern that, well, not concern really, but let's say somebody comes up and their plans are, I think the limit is 20, but what if their plans come out to 21,000? Are we going to disqualify them or approve them up to the 20 and then they're responsible for because again, the ultimate goal is to make sure that the city is beautified with this program. And I don't want to say, well, sorry, you're disqualified, and then we just leave a blighted building there when they're just only over by, I mean, there has to be some mechanism by which they can either appeal or come back to the council and make their plea, because I think, again, the spirit of this whole thing is to beautify the city.
Absolutely.
And so what do we do in that circumstance?
And I administered this program in my former city, and that's exactly what we did, what you mentioned. The city would pay up to the 20,000 or 10,000, and then the homeowner, business owner would be responsible for the remaining amount. And we would document that. And it's an easy process to go through so that there's not, we want to support moving forward with these programs. So with the improvements. So we work with the homeowner to establish that.
Okay. And then my last one, again, I support this fully. Just a bit of a concern is this kind of like a rebate, reimbursable type, or is this upfront? Because my concern is there's going to be some characters out there who are going to claim that they're going to do things with this money. And then, so how do we monitor that to make sure that we're not just handing out checks here and certain bad characters out there taking this money and doing something else with it?
These programs are typically paid to the individual or company doing the work. It goes directly to the vendor providing or contractor providing the work, not to the home or business owner. And once that's upon receiving invoice, the city will issue the portion, 10, 20,000, whatever the amount that they're approved for, and it would be directly to the vendor providing the work.
Okay, that was all.
Wait a second, actually, and I don't mean to, but I read through this, and that's not what it sounded like. It looks like the applicant was going to come pick up the check.
Yeah, this program is designed in such a way. Now, there are stop losses in place throughout the process, through the plan check process and permitting, whereby we would be able to ensure that they're complying with the requirements of the grant program.
It did look like there's a pretty extensive oversight, so that it's
Yes.
not just, oh, yeah, we spent $20,000 on paint.
Yes.
No, there's mechanisms in place to ensure that that money was spent in the appropriate places.
Correct.
What it was intended for. Yeah.
Again, great program. Thank you for putting this together. I support it. Move to approve.
Thank you. Councilmember Calvin?
Yes, thank you, Josh. I appreciate it. So I just had a couple of questions in regards to the general plan. And has the city established any color palettes? So for instance, if we're on Highland, and is it going to be looking hodgepodge? Just so if I'm a business owner on Highland and I want my storefront to be lime green, then I can make mine lime green and my neighbor can make theirs neon orange.
Great question. I know through the plan check process, that would of course be vetted, and to be candid with you, I'm not familiar if there are restrictions on the color palettes or selections, but that's something I'm happy to bring back to you.
Yeah, I think that would be, quite imperative. But in the general plan, did we talk about, when we're talking about our main corridors, did we look at specific coloring, specific, ways in which we were going to market their streets and handle that? I think that that's very important because that's what we see currently. But we want to bring some unification to our color palettes. I think that that's something that we should take a look at prior to. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from other council members? There's a motion second. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Calvin?
Yes, I just want to make sure that information, that would be part of the application, or that we take a look at what the
I'll bring that
what they really
back
want
to
to
you.
do. Okay.
Give me a couple of days to get with planning. The
Okay.
folks that were here to speak to that have left for the evening, but I'll bring it back to you
All
within a
right.
few
Yes.
days.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And that concludes all of the items. Madam City Attorney?
I am so sorry. This is just going to go to why we shouldn't do business past 10, because I messed up. You know me, I mess up, I fess up. So I got your charter and municipal code mixed up. So it is the duty of the city council to actually create the ad hoc subcommittee, but the municipal code, section 2.78040, says that it shall be the responsibility and duty of the mayor to assign city council members to all standing committees and ad hoc subcommittees of the city council. So it is up to the council. I suppose they could say we're not going to do it until you tell us who, but if they do establish it, then it is your duty to do that. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I did. I said 2.76040 is the section. What? Yeah. Okay. I said 8. I just wanted you to have that information. I know you continued the item, which is fine, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, and I also believe that the city manager can determine whether or not we're going to have committees of any sort also, like she also has said. Yeah, like 2019, we had our former city manager who got rid of several commissioners or commissions back then, and that was her call.
Well, there's a difference between commissions and council committees. What I just read you are the rules for the council committees, not commissions.
So for the ad hoc city mayor.
Thank you. All right, that concludes all of the items. There is an item that is in closed session, but just wanted to ask the council if you'd like to continue that to the next meeting for closed session. It was the last item in the closed session agenda. Yes,
Yeah,
it was the city managers. That can be moved to the next.
Correct.
Regular
That
council
last
meeting?
item, I'd be happy to send you all an email. When it was posted, we needed the item, but new information had come up, and we did receive an executed agreement that made that item no longer necessary.
Okay.
If you have any questions about that, you can call me this evening or anytime tomorrow.
Thank you. All right, moving on to mayor and city council updates. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes, the county is opening up its headquarters in San Bernardino, and that shows an investment by our county firefighters and shows county supervisors' commitment to a growing and developing city of San Bernardino. The grand opening, I believe, is going to be, someone tell me because I don't want to give the wrong date. The 12th? Okay, the 12th. I'm sure they're going to have a celebration. There'll be balloons and excitement, and firefighters do what they do, which is do a good job of impressing the public. So show up. Junior, do you know what time? 11:30. He should be up here. 11:30. Show up. January 12th. Headquarters, which is on. June 12th. Del Rosa and the head. Where was that? Sorry, not Del Rosa. What's? There you go. Sorry. The headquarters. Yeah. My mistake. Well, now you know. So show up. It'll be a good day for San Bernardino. He's Fred's commissioner. Thank you, Junior.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ibarra.
Yes, so I was able to do a tour with some constituents, the county, the Office of Homeless Services, and the county supervisor with some of their staff members and one of our outreach teams. We were able to see a lot of what was going on with our homeless encampments within the second ward, and there was questions that I raised to our county. With that, county suggested that they would meet with our city staff to see how to address homelessness in our city. I think this is one of the first steps in getting the county involved with our city in addressing homelessness. And I hope that they do the same with other cities around the region because as I mentioned to them, the burden is heavily on our city and on Victorville right now in addressing homelessness. It should be and I'll be very vocal and I'll keep going at it, that every city should have homeless shelters, emergency shelters, not just certain cities. All of them should have them because if somebody were to become homeless in a specific city because they got in an argument with a family member, it wouldn't be fair for them to come over a whole hour away from their home because only San Bernardino has shelters. That would not be fair for them. So that's happening with our staff now and the county staff. The other meetings that I've had, I've been to ribbon cutting event, Second Ward, Eucalyptus and Highland Avenue. The Starbucks next to Two Guys is open for business. They are asking that our community go out and show their support. There's going to be another Starbucks opening I will disclose the location later on as they get closer to it, but it's also going to be in the second ward, and it's exciting news. You know, our city is improving, and people may not see it, but it is happening. The change is happening in our city. And also, Junior was very pivotal in helping out. I know we were having issues, and we still do, and that's the concern that I have with code enforcement, that we have those nightly food vendors that are operating still at night, every single night on Highland Avenue, and nobody's going to address those vendors. They are leaving grease markings on the sidewalks. They are leaving their leftover foods at the local business shops, and other items that I don't want to discuss publicly. But Junior, thank you for the efforts you're doing to connecting our local businesses with our law enforcement. So I'll just say that, and thank you everybody for being here with us and helping our city get well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Figueroa, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Calvin, do you have any update? No? Councilmember Alexander?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. Attended the annual 67th annual headdress ball put on by the Assistance League. I don't know if I reported on that or not, so I'm going to say it again because it was an outstanding event. I was their auctioneer, and we helped raise money for the San Bernardino Unified School District students and children. We raised, I don't get the final figures, but I will report back to you what we raised. I also attended the Brave event, which is for our veterans out here in the city of San Bernardino and county-wide. It was put on by Dr. Granddaddy Waters and the Arrowhead United Way. It was attended by a lot of folks, and to help and support our veterans with wraparound services, whether the homelessness or whether mental issues or substance abuse. It was all about that. I opened up the event in prayer. That's what I was asked to do, and as a former Marine, I was honored to do such. Attended Pacific High School's graduation. It was an outstanding graduation, over 350 graduates. And coming up, I don't know if we're going to meet or not, but if we're not, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. I wish you a happy Father's Day because fathers are forgotten, so happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Also, happy birthday to Avery Grace Fennell, my granddaughter. Her birthday's on the 24th. I don't know if we're missing, so baby, happy birthday. And June 14th is Flag Day, so everybody put out those flags on June 14th. Get them out there. They're Friday. I'm going to put mine up. And I don't know if we're going to make it back. Are we making it back for July 4th? I don't know. Yes. We are?
July 3rd is our next council meeting.
We're going to make it back? Okay. Then I'll save my happy 4th of July for then. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and happy Father's Day to you, too.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
As we come to the close of our Mayor City Council meeting tonight, I would like to take a moment to honor a significant milestone in history. Tomorrow marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day, the historic Allied invasion of Normandy on June 6, 1944. D-Day was a pivotal moment in World War II, a day that changed the course of history and demonstrated the courage, sacrifice, and determination of countless individuals. As we remember this anniversary, we honor the bravery of those who fought and many who made the ultimate sacrifice for the cause of freedom and peace. Let us take this moment to reflect on the profound impact of their actions, not just on the outcome of the war, but on the values of liberty and justice that we hold dear today. Their legacy reminds us of the enduring importance of unity, resilience, and the pursuit of a better world. In their honor, I adjourn this meeting. Thank you all for your presence and contributions tonight. Meeting is adjourned at 10:14 p.m. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and the Mayor and City Council acting as the San Bernardino City Housing Authority and Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino acting as the San Bernardino Joint Powers Finance Authority will adjourn to the regular meeting to be held on July 3rd, 2024 at the Feldheim Central Library located at 555 West 6th Street, San Bernardino, California, 92401. Closed session will begin at 4 p.m. and open session will be at 5. Thank you and good night.